Hi. Wait. Oh, microphone. Sorry. Shit. Sorry, it's being weird. Hi. Hi, friends. Sorry, I'm a little late. Make mistakes. There's no people like snow people. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing? Thank you for those nice wishes. I had to run downstairs for something unplanned, and well, that's why I'm a couple minutes behind what I thought. The plan was 8:09, like, that was the time, but you know, here now, tried my best. I'm getting so much better at this whole, like, starting on time and, like, ending on time thing. But I do remember that if I start a little late, I compensate and we end a little late, so it works out. I did not grab the NOS from downstairs, so I will need to do that. We'll wait a few minutes before I run downstairs in order to remedy that. What is this? Oh, well, that's good. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We are all good. We're all good now. So the plan tonight is to actually start stitching on the stitch along, which you're all welcome and encouraged to participate and stitch along yourselves, but obviously it's not required or necessarily expected. I can refresh once again. This is the stitch along that I did in the year 2020, which was now 2 fucking years ago. Very weird. Very weird. Seems like yesterday, doesn't it? Ooh, hello. Howdy, cowboy. 2 years. How even 2 years, right? How are you tonight? What do you have going on? Now I have that no people like show people thing stuck in my head. God damn it. More like last week. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I did this. I made bleh. Just Butterfingers black and white world here. I made this thing in the year 2000. I did one, this was the stitch along for the year 2000. One of these squares or rectangles was released each week, and I would stitch that. And it was super enjoyable. I loved it. I did not do it last year, but I would like to do it again this year to ease back into cross stitching. So tonight we're actually going to start the stitching. Last stream we did our measuring and prepping of the fabric. It's all mapped out. The edges have been run through the serger. Oh, this is the top. Sorry, this is the top. See, because I wrote top. T-O-P, top. Happy little clowns. Hi, Balloon Dan. How are you, friend? You got a cool message from Twitch. Snoopy mentioned you in their stream. I'd love to know how you did that. Well, this is what I used. This magical invention right here. Learning more. Also learning more. Hello, it's lovely to have you with us tonight. I did it this way. This allowed me to make that happen for you. That's how that works. I'm not changing it because there's actually somebody who, like, this, like, my Go Live notification of Snow Peep has mentioned you in their stream. It got somebody, like, actually fucked up about it. I used the keyboard. I did exactly that. I did exactly that. I don't know, a few streams back, or I think maybe this person came with a raid. I don't know. This person followed me at some point not very long ago, within the last week or so. And a couple streams ago, I used the same Go Live notification. And this person started sending me whispers on Twitch, which, like, whispers are weird. people generally don't use those because they're weird and I always forget they exist. And they were like, what did you say about me? And they like really like kept going on about it. And I didn't respond to any of them. And then last stream, I kept the same go live notification because this person was like having a time about it. So I was like, well, now I can't change it, right? So I didn't change it. And I went live on, what is today? Today is Friday, not Wednesday. Fuck. So on Wednesday, I went live, clicked the button, did the thing. And a while later in stream, this person who had been whispering me, demanding to know what I said about them, popped into stream. They essentially invited themselves over to my house and then started yelling at me, demanding to know what the hell I said about them. And I had to tell them. It was absolutely ridiculous. And it turned out this person was also streaming on their own channel at the same time. And like, while they were streaming on their own channel at the same time, they were still making the time and effort to come over to my channel and type in the chat in all caps to yell at me, demanding to know what I said about them in my stream. Eventually, like this kept going on, and people were nice and tried to actually explain to them what it was. I don't know that they wanted to listen. They also blew up my Instagram message requests a little bit, but then people tried to explain it. I don't think they wanted to listen. Oh, did we ever tell them? People tried. They were like, it just happens when she goes live. But some people like to listen and others don't. I think this person didn't want to hear any of it. And then Christian, my usual mod, he wasn't around at the time. So this person kept talking about all these things, and they tried to like get themselves banned and offend me by calling me a slut. Like, really? That's the best they've got? And then they threatened to murder all of my mods, all of them, every single one, none of which were in the chat at the time, so that's fun. And several longtime regulars here were like, buddy, we got you. We already reported you for that death threat, thanks. And now that person's account is nowhere to be found. So that's a fun story. I think I figured it out. You mentioned your followers in the stream title and then edited it back to what it is now. Learning more, I'll just tell you, I straight up type the phrase, Snowpeep mentioned you in their stream, ! Nothing fancy to it. Don't overthink it, friend. Don't overthink it. It's clickbait. It's just clickbait. Very basic. I missed that. You did. If you really want to check out the VODzel, you can. You were missed. I noticed you weren't there, and I did miss you. I don't know about everybody else. I missed you, for whatever that's worth. If you really want to check the VOD, this all happened in the first 2 hours of the stream. Cypher, hi friend. Welcome to the internet. We hope you enjoy your stay. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. You were tagged in my stream title, hoping you would come watch. Not even that. That's just too complicated. Sup? How are you, Cypher? I hope today was better. How was your day? Your kids are here, switching to a music stream. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not. I wish I could try to be family friendly. I don't have kids. I like some kids. I just enjoy your music stream. Maybe you can come back after the kids are in bed. Learning more. Have a lovely night. Zell, are you checking the VOD now? I feel like he's clicking around checking the VOD. Cypher, I've been thinking about you. I hope your days are improving, because you deserve that. Ow. I have like the corner of my mouth. It really hurts. Like the skin is really dry. Today was not better. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry to hear that. You'll probably check it in the morning. All right. It was the Sunday night one, and I forget what it said. I forget what the title was. It was something like Stitch Along With Me or something. Something like that. I'm going to close that tab though. And the last part of stream was spent, wait, what? Not lol. Lol no. Yeah, you're not really a lol no type person. You don't usually say that. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt anyway, because it's you, so, you know. And of course, I should assume you know autocorrect. Your arch nemesis. Absolute arch nemesis. Oh my gosh. I'm also doing a thing tonight. I'm bringing back Stream Raiders. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I made the decision. I was thinking about it a few days ago, and I made the decision I'm bringing back Stream Raiders at least sometimes. Padding the numbers never hurt anybody, but also people like it. I'm happy to keep people passively engaged. If people are here to hear me fucking talk, do it. But like, I don't know. There's a lot of streamers who I look up to have like been featuring that in their streams, and I had already been thinking about it, and I was thinking about it from a different perspective, because before I felt like if I did Stream Raiders, I had to have it like every single stream. But now I don't feel that way. Now I'm feeling like if I'm here at the computer desk, then I can totally have it going. Every 30 minutes can get really annoying, but if I'm here at my computer, it's not a big deal. I can just run it, whatever. And then other times, if we're like over at the sewing desk doing something, we just won't run it, and that's okay. High noon autocorrect, you and me, we settle it once and for all. I love it. I love that so much. I am 100% here for this. Man, fuck. I want to put that in the quotes, because that deserves to be a quote. I'm just annoyed because Johnny doesn't have a free running sub, so the emote won't show up. And the emote is like half of what makes it. Do that. 114. Wow, it's already the middle, literally the middle of January. How the fuck did we get here? Got a neat idea for a scavenger hunt type game. You could run and chat with the commands. What is that? Cypher, tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. I will go ahead over here and we'll just kick this thing off. Might as well. I haven't done this in a while, so I might forget, but again, chat can always remind me. And anyone is welcome to participate in this. I need to even look at like what I have and what levels my army is at. Oh no, the stream froze. Uh-oh. Just, I think, refresh and it should be okay. So that stuff's all up there. And like, I'm sure I had goals of things I was working on. Let's just put the Orc Slayer in. I don't know. Or I should put something good because we don't have a lot of people hanging out yet. I missed like the last minute. You're fine, Cypher, you're fine. I was just saying refresh. If it froze, it should sort it out. You said you had a neat idea for a scavenger hunt type of game that you could run in chat with the commands. And I was saying, tell me all about it. I'd love to know what that is. And I'm just looking over my army here because I don't even remember what I was trying to level up or anything. That's level 20, 20, 20. Musketeer. All right. Wait, where is... I need that... Yeah, let's do this. Just in case it ends up being me versus everybody. I'll do it that way. Okay, it's back. All right, I'm glad. Cypher, can you see me and hear me and everything? Because just want to make sure everything is working. I was saying that I'd love to hear about the scavenger type game you were talking about. I would really love to see a shootout between Zelku and autocorrect. Like, what would that even look like? What the crap? I can't gift Johnny a sub. How? People have done that before. People have totally done that before. Oh, wait. I might have changed it. I might have done a thing. I might have gotten into Johnny's account and changed it so that he, like, doesn't follow my channel or something and could not accept gift subs for channel he doesn't follow. Let me check. I'll check it. I'll check it and fix it. Because if I did do that, that was dumb. Because Johnny having a sub would be so useful so he could use emotes. But so apparently partnered streamers get to have like two or three free subs ongoing for their bots, which is really nice. We need a private window, and then we'll go into Twitch and we'll log into Johnny's account and see what's going on. Hopefully I remember the password. Johnny05 bot. And they sent me an email code. What did you all have for dinner tonight? Because I had steak, and damn, it was good.
Download a copy of this off their website if you can.
Chat games. You can add text responses to the chat commands. I thought it'd be interesting to have like a sequence of commands with clues in each one leading to the next one. And the winner of the game is whoever figured out the last command and runs it. Is this like a game that already exists, Cypher, or are you brainstorming something brand new? Okay, so this is Johnny's account. Let me go check his settings. Branding schedule. That's not what I want. Go back. Security and privacy. Password, blocked users, block whispers from strangers. Block receiving gifts on channels you don't follow. I will cancel that, and then I will make sure that Johnny does follow my channel. Here we go. Is there a notification? I don't know. I don't know if it will make a notification, because it might. It has to be like a long enough time between when you unfollow and refollow a channel in order for the notification to go off. But Johnny does now follow my channel, and he does accept gift subs for channels he does not follow. Although really, I should just turn off the sub for channels he doesn't follow, because if he follows my channel, that's all that's needed, right? Block receiving gifts on channels you don't follow. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Yeah. So that's all sorted. Johnny can have subs if people want that. Oh my gosh. 3 months? What the what? What? Sir. Does that mean, wait, so Zelku, Jesse, are you saying, so if Johnny has a sub for 3 months, does that mean that I should put some emotes in some of the things that Johnny says? Because in theory, if I do that, they should show up. There's one of them actually that says like, I forget which one it is, but I think there's one that says like, I think it's the one for ads. Yeah, because it's up there a little bit. It explains about the ads every 30 minutes, and there's a flower, and then it says comrade after that. And I said it that way because I was hoping the comrade emote would show up, but it doesn't. So I guess I'm gonna check that it's in the right, not tenses, but like capitalization matters for emotes. So let me check the capitalization on that, and then we will find out in like 30 minutes, yeah? Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you for facilitating that. Nope, it's not that one. Where is it? That's the as one. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, it's on timers. Duh. So that game might exist, but I was just thinking about the chat commands and I thought it would be cool. It's an interesting idea. Oh fuck, I don't remember the name of it, but there's a game that exists that involves typing chat commands. There's like Marbles on Stream, but this was a different one. I want to say it started with a K, and maybe it has like a Japanese type sounding name. I'd have to look it up, but it involves like people typing commands in the chat. You had a fish sandwich and pierogies. What kind of pierogies? What kind of fish? Sounds like a good idea to me. I like this. Oddwalls. Hi, Oddwalls. Good evening, friend. Lovely of you to join us. What are you up to? What did you have for dinner? I'm gonna start asking everybody. What a fucking delay. What a fucking delay. Wow. So I guess Stream Elements is behind tonight. Frozen on both accounts. What? Wait, you have multiple accounts? What is your other account? Because there's someone who's been hanging out recently, and they're more chatty. And no, it's not you though, because you don't hang out in Carbon Chic's community, and this other person does. And they make me a bit uncomfortable, but I really want to know who they are, so. Oh, like not literal accounts, like the fish and the pierogies were both frozen. Don't mind me. Wow. So anyway. Jeez. Oh, I gotta go there, and then I have to open Twitch again and see how the comrade emote is capitalized. Dinner for Oddwalls was pan-fried chicken breast with cauliflower curry and rice soup. Don't listen to that, ew. That sounds lovely. Snow P1, comrade 1. Thank you. I'll be honest, the only emote that I can remember to just type when I'm regularly like typing in a Twitch chat is the all caps LUL. After that, I have to dig through the menus to find them. It's terrible. Is the S capitalized or not capitalized? Viewer, rewards, emotes. S is lowercase. Thank you. All right. It has been edited. So we will find out in the next 30 minutes if that is the case. We will find out. What a whirlwind, right? What a whirlwind. Sometimes I look and I see who's lurking, and sometimes I want to call them out and be like, hi, I'm glad you're here. But I don't want to make people uncomfortable, so I don't do that. I'm just letting y'all know we're hanging out in the shadows, that I see you and I appreciate you. I posted my dinner on my Instagram stories. We had steak. We had this steak. It was in the freezer for like a long ass time. And where is my iPad? Because I'm gonna need that. Might have to go downstairs. Fuck. No, it's across the room. We had steak that had been in the freezer for I don't even know how long. And Dan pulled it out of the freezer. He pulled it out of the freezer and put it in the fridge since, I don't know, several days ago. It might have been Sunday. It might have been before Sunday. I don't remember. But we kept saying, oh, we gotta have steak. We gotta have that steak. And yesterday we were supposed to have the steak, but we were both tired and we didn't want to like stand around cooking steak. We wanted to like lounge on the couch. So we made chicken tikka masala instead. And then tonight we made the steak. It was so fucking good. But if you want that like ASMR of like the skillet sizzle sounds and the mushrooms and the onions sauteing around the pan, that's on my Instagram story. And the plating wasn't great, but there's a picture of that too. I feel like I have to like get involved in the cooking more. If I'm gonna be doing a fucking cooking stream for all of you. Also, Zell, that's the thing you missed. Last stream, I officially said I will do a cooking stream. If we meet the current sub goal. Come on, camera. If we meet the current sub goal, I will do a cooking stream. I will be making quiche for the first cooking stream. And I will make a quiche, and I will make the specific type of pie that Fluky gave me the recipe for. Except when autocorrect thinks it's 2001 AimChat ASL. I always lied about it. Yes, we did in fact cook the steak properly. You don't like yourself very much, do you? Wait, what did I say? What did I say that made you say that? I like myself. I think I'm pretty cool. I just know that I don't, what am I trying to say? I like myself plenty. Like, I'm pretty cool. I'm a fucking catch. But, like, I just don't always mesh with other people right away. That whole autistic thing. Quiche on the first cooking stream. Wait, why does that make you think I don't like myself very much? Making quiche is easy and fun. Unless the quiche that I make is like not the proper way or something, and then people are gonna give me shit because I'm not a pro chef. Is that gonna be a thing? Cause like, I will shut that shit down right away. And you know it. I love making quiche. It's so simple. I'm just really intrigued that after my saying I would make quiche, you would be like, you must not like yourself very much, huh? Not an authentic quiche Lorraine. No, it's not quiche Lorraine, but quiche Lorraine is just one type of quiche. Wait, you actually like quiche? I love quiche. It depends on the type, but yeah, I like quiche. Quiche is delicious. 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 Too many sh sounds. Quiche. Delicious. Delicious. It's too much. Who doesn't like quiche? I think the answer is Zelku does not like quiche. Because I was trying to think, before I committed to the cooking stream thing, I wanted to make sure that I could come up with something to make that wouldn't, that would not get me in over my head and wouldn't take like 6 fucking hours. Because I like to think I'm the better cook out of Dan and myself, but I am really bad at timing things in the kitchen. Like, when there's multiple things to be made, the timing between all of them so they all get done at the same time, I am horrible at that. That's like not just executive function, but that's like top tier, like, you are the literal executive of executive function is kitchen timing, I think. So it's not my strong suit. But if we make the quiche, then while the quiche is cooking for a whole fucking hour, I can make the dessert thing and it'll be fine. I always thought it was like the go-to brunch with your friends. You gotta have quiche for that fancy feel, not because you actually like it. quiche for brunch does have that fancy feel, but doesn't... I always thought just brunch in the first place. Brunch is automatically like just a little bit fancy. But yes, Zell, you're totally right. You're totally right. Wait, have you been having shit quiche your whole life? Yes, please answer. I too am curious. Okay, so we've got the 1-page layout of this. I hope I've done this right. I am rotating this actually, I think. Although, maybe that makes it this way. Maybe it's this way. But really, no, I can do it either way. Okay, I'm talking to myself, clearly. We need to put this in Notability. Because good quiche is stuff of the gods. Seriously, it is. I don't know if the quiche that I make is stuff of the gods, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It has, so historically, if we make a quiche, it's usually for dinner, not for brunch. It could be for brunch, but we usually do it for dinner. And it is like, what am I trying to say? So we usually make it for dinner, but it usually has bacon and then several different vegetables and then cheese and evaporated milk and all that stuff in it. New note, unfiled notes, and we'll put it in there. Import. Done. So where? Here it is. What the fuck? Well, that's not the file at all. Okay. Open in. That's what? I did this before. It worked fine. But now it's being shit. That sounds like a top tier quiche. Yes. That's what I aim for, oddballs. Thank you. I appreciate that. This one. Now, I don't know, I've never liked it, even when I worked the breakfast and brunch shit at Richmond Hill Inn. I can't talk. The breakfast brunch shift at Richmond Hill Inn, and I'm the one that made it. Cage! Cage animal. Happy birthday, friend. Boom. Thanks for telling me it was your birthday earlier, because I would not have known. Happy fucking birthday, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Zell, do you think that was a case of the fact, do you think it was because you made it? Because I know, like, when I make something, it's never as good as when somebody else makes it. Because when, like, depends on what it is, but if it's something that is, like, difficult to make or takes me a long time to make, then it's not usually made with love. It's usually made with, like, swearing and me being pissed off and frustrated and stressed out and a fair amount of wine. So that might, well, but cooking with wine only makes the food taste better. But so aside from the wine, things don't always taste as good when I make them as they do when someone else makes them, because I made it, so I automatically don't think it tastes as good as it should. So maybe that was part of it. You are super welcome. Did anybody make you a fucking birthday cake, Cage? Because I hope they did. I love my cooking because I know how to measure garlic with nothing but my heart. Isn't that the only way to measure garlic? Like, how the fuck else do you measure garlic? Except with your heart. Ugh, perfect answer. I love it. I love that. That's literally the only way to measure it. Like, seriously, how else would you? Okay, so now maybe it went correct. We'll close that, and reopen. There. No, I'm the only one in the house that likes to cook. Oh my gosh. If I was rich, I would mail you a fancy ass birthday cake from somewhere. So in Vegas at the Cosmopolitan, which is like potentially my favorite of all the casinos on the strip, they have the Milk Bakery in there, and they have tons of amazing gluten-free things. It's also just like the aesthetic of the whole place is fantastic. But they have these awesome confetti cakes, and they make a gluten-free one, and you can mail them anywhere in the country, like overnight, for like 10 bucks. And like it's gluten-free and everything. But they are like, it's like a $75 birthday cake. I'm gonna look it up and show you. Because I would love to have one of these cakes. I don't think that will ever happen, but I think everyone deserves one of these cakes for their birthday. And so you're the only one that likes to cook and you were feeling lazy. I suppose if you're the one who likes to cook, and if that means that you're the one who usually does the cooking, then on your birthday you are allowed to be lazy. I think it was cakes, or we're going for gluten-free. Okay, let's pull this up so I can show you what I'm talking about. Here, and boom. This at the Milk Bar. Look at this cake. Look at this. Oh, that's the gluten-free go-to. So that's a combination. They have these cookies, and they have these birthday cake truffles that are also gluten-free. But then there's this cake. So the 6-inch cake is 67. Oh, you can't see because my dumb face is in the way. Hold on. Let's move me out of the way. Okay, I'm up here in the corner. So this cake is $67 for the 6-inch cake. But look at all those layers and that frosting. Doesn't that look amazing? And then there's a 10-inch cake, which is the same picture, but that goes off of like the diameter of the cake, right? So like the 6-inch cake is smaller, but then that 10-inch cake, holy shit. And the 10-inch cake is $135 fucking dollars. I know. It's because it's gluten-free and it's the Milk Bakery. And because it's Milk Bakery. Yeah. You can schedule your order up to 30 days in advance, and they ship nationwide. If you go to delivery, I don't know. The delivery is like $15, I think. How do you get it in here? Where is it? Grocery, that's weird. But yeah, you can get someone who loves you a lot to mail you a birthday cake from the Milk Bakery. I didn't know it was a thing until a friend of mine, when she found out she had cancer and she was waiting for treatment to start happening this past fall, she found this cake. She found the Milk Bakery cake, and she was like, oh my God, that's the only thing I want in the world. And she just was being flippant. She posted on her Instagram story, but she is a very loved person, and people were like, oh, fuck yes. And someone sent her this cake, and it like made her month, which I can totally understand why, because look at that shit. So yeah, that's the cake. Cage, that's the birthday cake you deserve. If that's the birthday cake you want. You deserve the cake you want. If it's that one or if it's a different one. But, you know. I thought it looked pretty fucking good. Alright, so this is the one page. I want to rotate that. Rotate 90 degrees. Yeah. So I rotated the design. This is the design for the stitch along for all year long. So we're going to start with the first square. And the thing is, I'm not sure which colors to go with on this. I wanted to have chat pick the colors each week because we're going to do this on stream for a whole fucking year, once a week. Now I want cake, but it's too late to go to the bar. Oh, right, that cake bar, dessert bar place. That's why you gotta keep like a cake mix on hand. Before we moved, we usually kept like a brownie mix on hand and a cake mix on hand just because, you know, those things happen. But we haven't bought them in a while. And the other day I was like, man, I need some cinnamon swirl cake. And we don't have any. I don't know if I'd want someone to spend that much on a cake for me. $67 would get me a webcam for streaming. Less than $67 will get you a webcam for streaming, Cage. I have a rule where I don't pay more than $50 for a webcam. Like, I go on eBay and look for what I'm after, and I make offers on things, and I do saved searches, and if something pops up, that's what I'm after, and it's the right price, I snatch it. Or, Cage, if you... Where did it go? These are old lace gloves. I don't know why they're in this container, but they are. They're in the container next to the garter from my friend's wedding because I caught her garter, and it used to hang from the rearview mirror in my old car. Anyway, that's not what I was going for. I was going for this. Cage, if you need a webcam for streaming, I will cut you a hell of a deal on this one. This is a very good camera. I just don't use it. But I'll cut you a hell of a deal because you're my friend. I didn't know you were looking for a camera for streaming. I don't bake. Baking is like the dark art, like crochet. What? Why is baking a dark art? Can confirm, all baking is voodoo. I do keto baking. How does that work? Because keto is all about like the super low carb, right? So how do you compensate for that? Bakos! Hello, friend. Yes, Stream Raiders. I decided I'm bringing Stream Raiders back. Not every stream, but I am bringing it back. So times when I'm just sitting here at the computer like this, we can totally do Stream Raiders. I don't mind that. But for other streams where I might be like at the other desk or something, then we probably won't run it because it's too much work for me to, you know, run back and forth across the room the whole time. But yeah, we can run it when I'm hanging out at the computer. I don't mind at all. And I saw you jump in there, and I appreciate that, Bakos. Nice to have you with us, friend. You didn't need one until I sent back the laptop. The desktop doesn't have one. I see, I see. Well, Cage, like I said, I'll cut you a hell of a deal. Send me a message on Discord if you want. Because you actually have to follow the recipe, and I suck at following directions. Yeah, if it's... Well, for some things. I think for like souffle, I know souffle is supposed to be like one of the most temperamental things you can do. Oh, I did play something. Let's just do that. Souffle is supposed to be one of the most temperamental things in baking. Like if you open the oven door to peek, it will like, the souffle will fall and you're fucked. But in the things that I have baked, I don't know, I take some liberties and it hasn't bitten me in the ass. I don't do nearly as much baking as I used to because gluten-free baking is a whole different ballgame. And I just don't have time or patience for any of that. It's complicated. Yeah, you can't use regular flour and sugar. Do you have to use like agave syrup and stuff instead? Oh, god damn it. Souffle is easy. Just expect it to fall and then call it lava cake. Wow. Of course. Of course. I should have suspected. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're the same amount. So that has a gold. This one is green. We'll just go this way. It's fine. All right, here we go with another one. I'll have to relearn how some of that stuff works. But if you would like to join us for Stream Raiders, you're welcome to it. You can click on that link in the chat or type !battle, and you can add units every 5 minutes. You need to use stuff like peanut flour and monk fruit sweetener. What the fuck? What the fuck is a monk fruit in the first place? I definitely don't know what that is. That sounds a bit bonkers. Do I have black floss? I do. Cool. I have a needle here on my needle minder. Although I didn't want to start with the frame. I need to get the, we're 2 squares behind on the stitch along already. She releases 1 square every Wednesday, and we're behind. So I wanted to figure out a color scheme. Someone suggested a temperature map or temperature chart where, since the charts are released every Wednesday, they were saying like we could just do the average temperature for the week. But I don't know if that's going to be as interesting since there's only 52. Chat, what color should we make for the first square? That's what I want to know. What color for the first square of the stitch along? Any color is game because I have literally all the colors of embroidery floss. There's cat hair, everything. Fucking cat. Just digging out the first week chart. Can make some awesome peanut butter chocolate chip cookies that are gluten-free. Yeah, it sounds very complicated. Do you get to use like actual chocolate chips, like Nestle chocolate chips, or do you have to use like carob? Is it carob chips? Is that the chocolate substitute in the like health food stores? Driving 6 of them. Oh, cats. Yeah. There's so much cat hair everywhere. It's ridiculous. Royal blue. Green for first square. I'll take some suggestions and then we'll do a poll. How about that? I gotta assign it to this. We'll take 3 or 4 suggestions and then we'll do a vote. Sign in. Yeah, like the corner of my mouth is really dry. I don't like it. High School Run. See him joining us on Stream Raiders. That's nice. Cage votes green. Everybody here likes green. We're all very partial to green. I'm just looking for the charts for like week 1 and 2. Weekly charts, here we go. Does week 2 include both? It should. Oh, wait. Week 2 does not include both. Week 2 includes just week 2. So week 1 looks like this, the top one. So we can do that in green. A lot of people did this by doing the outlines first, and I'm not doing the outlines first because I figure we'll get caught up on the squares and then we outline each square once we're done with it. And then on stream, as we have more time, we can fill in the border throughout the year. Like a dark green. I don't know, we were gonna narrow it down. Zell, do you have any suggestions for week 1 color? This is not centered. I did the cutting and overlocking and marking of this fabric last night at like 1 a.m. This is like 7.5 and it's at 4. I'm gonna fix this because I will regret having it off a little bit. Move this over, and we'll redraw this line and erase the other line as best I can. I really like doing polls. I really do, because I like input and opinions from all of you. Never ask me about color. My answer is always black. Okay. Would you be willing to choose something besides black? Because the border of every square will be black, and the outline design of the entire project is going to be black. So there will be a lot of it throughout. But if you had to pick one other color besides black, which I know you can do, what would you pick? I'll even add in a pretty please if I have to. Oh, that's the wrong end of the eraser. I didn't want to be erasing on this today because I was like, it's all set to go. But I forgot about the off-centered line. And Cage and anybody else, movie night is tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central Time. So Cage, that's 9 p.m. for you. Want to watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail with us? Come to Discord. I did double check that it will work, so I anticipate no technical difficulties. Yellow. Hey, yellow is not black. I will take it. I will take it. Although if you have a preference between a light yellow and a more like rich yellow, that might help. Because we've got a royal blue, dark green. So if you can give me a light or dark/rich yellow, that would help. But I don't want to like put you through a strain if it's just too much. All right, let's see. So I've got that. So going back to this chart. 10, 20, 30. Okay, how wide is this thing? 110. I guess rich, since royal blue and dark green by decay. I think that's a good choice. I think that's a very good choice. Let me count this out and then we'll do a poll and we'll vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. I always do gridding and things, so I don't ever have to count up past 10, but sometimes just counting to 10 is too difficult. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I skipped one. I gotta start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is interesting to me how so many people, it seems like so many people who always default to the color black. If they must pick, they default to the color black. It's interesting to me that a lot of the time, those same people, if you implore them to choose something else that's not black, very often it seems like those people then pick yellow or some variation of yellow. And I find that interesting because, like, black is the absence of all color and it's so dark, and yet their second choice oftentimes is yellow, which is so much lighter, right? All right, this is 10. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And theirs goes to 110. So am I off? I don't know, but we're gonna start in the middle. So we have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. But if this is the middle, let me just do this the right way. And make the poll first so that we can deliberate over that while I fuss over this. Over to this screen. I default to yellow because everything I do either gets painted black or rubbed with goop and turns black because of that. That's fair. That's fair. So rich yellow, everyone understands that that's like more like a dandelion yellow or a mustard yellow, yeah? All right, so there is a poll up to vote for which color for week 1. Please vote. There's only 6 people here, so every vote really counts. I was gonna grab my containers of embroidery thread to like put up some examples. I don't know if we really need it, but I can do it anyway because I'm gonna have to come over here to pick one out to start stitching anyway, right? This is most of it. What? Oh, you default to black. I got it. You default to black because everything either gets painted black or rubbed with goop and turns black anyway. I gotcha, I gotcha. Oh wait, I thought I was picking a color to go with their colors. Nope, we're picking a color for the first square of the whole thing. There's one square, technically it's a rectangle. There's one square per week, so there's gonna be 52 total. I thought you needed 3 colors. I mean, I will eventually, but for now, just one. For now, just one. We've got a lot of varieties for blues and greens and yellows. Got a lot of choices. And if you, for some reason, do not see the poll in the top of the chat, refresh the page and it should show up for you. I've got colors on colors on colors, but this would be like a rich yellow. This is a fairly dark green. It's not super dark. Not super dark though. And this is definitely a royal blue. Yay, the emotes work. They do. Yay, yay, yay. I love it. I just wonder if I can get that to sit on the same line as the message. I removed the spaces. We'll see if it works next time. No, that's not quite black. 3799. It's like super dark gray. That's almost black, but not quite. Here, let's do this. So we've got, this is our option for royal blue. Did that, okay, so the yellow option, be this. Let me find a proper dark green. Ooh, if you want like a really dark green, how about that, huh? Cage, is this the dark green you had in mind? I think that's pretty good, pretty good. Some colors get so dark that you like can't quite differentiate between that color and black, and I don't, for me, those are too dark. So let's do this. It's funny that we have these options too, because like you mix these two to get green, so you know, I think that's interesting. But there's these 3 containers that are very full of cross-stitch embroidery thread, so we have all the colors. We actually don't have all the colors because there's like thousands and thousands and thousands of colors of cross-stitch embroidery thread. It's crazy. These all look way darker down here. As said, if you don't see the poll, refresh the page and it should show up. Anyone and everyone is welcome to join us for the Stream Raiders battle coming up in 12 minutes. And every vote is very wanted and appreciated because we don't have a lot of people hanging out right now, so the votes do matter. I might even do a thing where, like, since there's 52 weeks, one of these squares for each week, we could commit to blue, yellow, green, and the order that they finish in the poll could be the order that we do for the first 3 weeks, maybe? There's a lot of options. High score run! Hello, friend! So glad you can make it. I saw you got in on the Stream Raiders battle. Thanks for that. I decided to bring back Stream Raiders. Special, spicy, so spicy. I decided to bring back Stream Raiders because for streams where I'm sitting here at my desk, I don't mind it. I'm happy to run it. But other times I may not run it, like when we get down to the basement eventually, again, to finish furniture, I may not run it down there. And when we're over at the sewing desk, I may not run it then because I'm not trying to run back and forth every 30 minutes. But please vote for the colors for the Stitch Along project for the first square. We're just voting on one color to do the first square, and the squares are shown over here. You have a royal blue, a rich yellow, and a dark green. And every vote really matters because we don't have a lot of people hanging out right now. We have 5 votes, and there's more than 5 people here, so if you haven't voted, please humor me and just do it. Vote in the poll. High score. Vote in the poll at the top of the chat. If you don't see the poll, refresh the page. I've got a minute or 2 left to vote. It's at the top of the chat, so refresh if you don't see it. Some of these need to be rewound. I did. Oh, okay. I see. Fine. Fine. I don't know. It doesn't tell me who voted. I can't get all that information. They just tell me how many votes are on each option, and then later if I look at the breakdown of the votes, it tells me how many votes were for each option. Like, that's literally all it tells me. It's Twitch, you know, like you can't expect too much. A little bit more, like a minute or so maybe to vote. So please do that. I'm gonna stop holding my arm up there because I'm gonna make my arm sore. Anyway, and hopefully I can make sure to start this in the right spot. So if that's at the 55 mark, 10, 20, 30, 40. So this is halfway though. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna move these. There. And then double check that I've got my center marked correctly, because it's always entirely possible that I did it wrong. And then I will mark my first square from that point. And yeah, so I marked the center with a little pink dot on the corner that it's not going to focus on. So that is the center of the whole thing, but not exactly the center of the piece. That's 3.75, like 10 seconds left to vote. And this one, oh geez, this is like 4.5. Ay. Why is it always off? All right, let's let this thing finish up. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And this goes to 110. So I'm just going to count 110 and make the mark there. And it would appear that dark green wins the poll for week 1 with 3 votes. I was counting and then I messed up. So we can bring back royal blue and rich yellow next for the second square if you want. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, that's at 110. I feel a lot better about that mark being in that spot, because then it's 3.75 on that side, which is even and makes sense. And I apologize if blackwork cross stitch is not the most entertaining Friday night activity. It's something I wanted to start, and since I'm already 2 weeks behind on it, I kind of gotta spend a little bit extra time now to get caught up. This goes on this line. Broke some lead. This here. All right, that's good. That's good. And then combine those. Hi, Scar, what are you up to tonight? And what did you have for dinner? If you have already had dinner, what did you eat? Anything weird happening in the news or anything? I live under a rock, so I really never know. Or if anyone has any like weird, interesting conversation starters, let's hear them. Sometimes I just got nothing. While I'm thinking of it before I forget, stream schedule is changing next week because of school. One of my classes is on Wednesday evenings from like 6:30 to 8:30 or something. It's my GIS class, so like last semester I was making those maps. This semester I'm taking another class that's a continuation of that, but more advanced, and that is on Wednesday evenings. So unfortunately, that's gonna mean no stream on Wednesday nights, which I'm pretty bummed about because I really like our Wednesday nights. It just works out really nicely. But I'm assuming that we will have lab activities after the lecture portion on Wednesday evenings. So that time will be taken up working on those assignments. And I can't like jump into stream right after class because I need to like think about the stuff he was trying to tell us and figure out how to do it. So I can't be on stream trying to do that because it just won't work. I also have another class on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, but those don't go as late. Those are, I'd have to look up when those are. But I was trying to think if like a Tuesday, Thursday could work better, or like if Tuesday would work, because Thursday's too close to Friday, and Friday night there's no conflict. Let me look. I also am thinking about declaring a minor, which is weird. I think it's weird, but my schedule, here we go. After I have to sign back in. So Tuesday, Thursday, yeah. So Tuesday, Thursday, I have a different class from 6:30 to 7:50. So on Tuesday, Thursdays from 6:30 to 8, I have a class. It is feasible, potentially, that I could still stream on Tuesdays. Potentially, because that instructor, that's the instructor that lives 3 houses down from me, actually, and is the same professor who lived in the same rental house that I lived in. Because this city is too fucking small. How many more years of school do you have left? Go, so many. All of them. A lot. I don't know. I don't know how many years I have left. Basically I go until they tell me to stop. Because I have trouble keeping track. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the reason I say that is because some things take me longer than they take other people, like math. Math classes are really hard for me, and some science classes, like a chemistry class, because it involves so much math, is also really hard for me, although I love chemistry and a lot of it just clicks really naturally in my brain. But like if there's a semester where I am taking a chemistry class or a math class, for example, then I would very purposely make sure that the rest of my course load that term is very light, because that math or chemistry class is going to take so much time and energy. So I would kind of stack my course load on purpose that way. Oh, so now this is the center. Fuck. I'm so bad at measuring these things. But if this, okay, so the center one is at 55, right? Yes. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it's halfway on this exact mark. So I had the mark right the first time. Should have just trusted it, but I didn't. I think by credits and whatever, I'm technically, I'll just check and tell you if I'm a junior or senior or what ranking I am, because I never actually know. And I find it kind of hard to find that information. So the reason I've been in school forever is because at first I went back to school in 2016. And wait, I think it's in this one. Maybe it's in the previous one. I went back to school in 2016, and at that time, I enrolled at I went to the community college and I enrolled in a 2-year certificate program for medical assisting. And I completed that 2-year program. And by the time I completed that 2-year program, I realized that I didn't want to do that anymore. I didn't want to be a medical assistant. So, because I don't make any money, and I'm really not good at being the lowest person on the ladder. So I was like, okay, I need to do something else. And then I was like, I'm going to go to PA school and be a PA, a physician assistant. Pretty much the same thing as a doctor in practice. There's certain things you can't do. And it's a lot less schooling, which appeals to me. And they're in high demand, they pay well, etc. But a couple years, I don't know, a couple years into going that direction, over the summer of 2020, I realized I actually have no interest in doing that anymore. I'm not good at office 9-to-5 jobs. I don't care to help mankind progress any further, because they're the reason we're in this mess in the first place. So I wanted to do something to help the planet instead, which is really probably what I should have done all along, but whatever. So I switched majors from health sciences to natural resources and environmental science, and I'm knocking out my course requirements left and right, but it just takes so much time. So much time. And so we did that battle, and another one will happen in about 30 minutes if anyone wants to join for that. We've got this halfway mark. Gog, I hope that answered your question a little bit. And if it didn't, I apologize. You can ask me again or elaborate or something. I'm happy to try and answer that. This goes this way. Staying on the line of this is difficult. Yeah, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's this line. It's this line, not that one. Anyway, this looks really messy. I will start stitching, I promise. I just want to make sure everything is set up correctly before I start stitching on anything. Does anybody have weekend plans? Zelku, do you have anything planned for this weekend, tomorrow? Projects to get done? Anything like that? I keep trying to shake this off into the trash can, and it just doesn't work. It just goes directly on the floor behind the trash can. Your plan tomorrow is to blame Canada mostly? For what, though? What did Canada allegedly do? I'm just trying to see if I want to change like any of my tags or anything tonight. We'll see what that does. We shall see. Oddballs, you've got lots of organizing and decluttering, which has been very rewarding. Oh, that's incredibly rewarding. Are you organizing and decluttering any particular area of your home or just overall? I am a big fan of that. I need to do more of that myself. I think tomorrow we might put up some pegboard in here. So you're blaming Canada for sending the frozen hellhole of Hoth down for visit. Oh shit, you're supposed to get 12 inches of snow in North Carolina? Well, that ain't right. That's climate change for you. Meanwhile, here in Illinois, in the Midwest, you know, the place where it's supposed to snow all winter, we've had absolutely no snow, and we've had a dusting overnight once that melted as soon as the sun came out. I would gladly trade you, because, yeah, you're not supposed to have that there. Yeah, stop breaking. These ceramic lead pencils are great for marking fabric. However, they break very easily, and I tend to push down quite a bit. You're starting with the bedroom and moving out from there. Nice. That's smart. That makes sense. Chicago had some bad ice last week, but otherwise a little snow. Yeah, last weekend we had some ice here. I don't live in Chicago. I live like 3 or so hours south in Champaign-Urbana, like an hour. I live like an hour west of the Indiana border. We had ice last weekend, so we didn't go anywhere. We also don't have any like sand or salt for our driveway because we kind of are just lazy that way. So if it's icy, we're just like, oh, well, I guess we're staying home. That'll be your 3rd snow since Christmas. What the fuck? Yeah, that sounds a little bit backwards. Like, I should be the one saying that, not you. That's ridiculous. The Carolinas are supposed to be like the place people from the Midwest go for vacation in the winter to get away from the cold. Your brother lives out that way. Yeah. So this city, this area is really strange that way. Like, everybody is either from here in some way or has a relative or very close friend who like lives in this area, or people like went to school here, they went to grad school. It's very, I don't know, I was almost gonna say it's kind of common to hear that. I don't know if it's exactly common, but not irregularly I hear that. It hasn't been above 40 since the 1st. Maybe same, but I'd have to check. My grandma used to write, she kept this calendar in her dining room, and she would write down the high and low temperature for the day at her house, like from the temperature thing outside her dining room window. And I thought it was really neat that she did that, because she'd also keep like 5 years of calendars stacked on top of each other on that same hook, the way that grandparents and old people do. So it was neat that she had this record of the weather and patterns there. And I always thought that was really cool, and I wanted to do that when I grew up. And now that I like have a house, I live here, and we do put up a calendar, although we still haven't found a 2022 calendar because we keep forgetting. Also because what is time and what year is it really? But I definitely like never, like, how does she know that that's the low for the day? Does she just figure like at a certain time of day that's the low? I don't know. But I've never been one to monitor the weather quite that close to be able to say like it hasn't been above this since the first, or you know, to come up with those highs and lows. It was, I will just look at the weather and I will tell you. Let's see if it will load. So right now it's 33 degrees here. Actually I can't because I use Dark Sky, and they have this time machine feature where you can go back in time. Let me go back to January 1st. So January 1st, the high was supposedly like 40 degrees, and then it like rained, it got cold that whole day. And 20s, 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 10s, 0, 20s, maybe 35, 25, 30s. Oh, so Wednesday, 2 days ago, supposedly it got to 44 degrees. And that was just 2 days ago. So, kind of similar. Feel the changes before they happen. Yes, the barometric pressure thing does happen, but only for certain types of weather, Cage, not for everything. It's only for certain high pressure fronts, like for storms and things like that. Just going to erase the rest of this line for good measure so I don't confuse myself at some point. We've got a year of this piece of fabric, so, you know, that's why I'm being picky with it. All right, all right. So the squares are 19 stitches by 9. So for this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 10 on one side and 9 on the other. All right. I'm gonna just make a mark on this. And we need to come in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I normally wouldn't make all these marks, but I don't have any of the outlines drawn, so that's why I'm doing it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this one is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then I will connect them, because again, normally I wouldn't do this way, but this will get us off to a good start. I completely forgot the most exciting thing of the day. Wait, what? You went at Goodwill. You bought 14 books to go into your unread pile. So you bought 14 books to read? That's exciting. What are they? Tell us about the books you got. I'm always looking for new books. I like books. I pretty exclusively do audiobooks these days, just because I don't know why. In my early 20s, I got to this like weird spot where I couldn't I don't know, I just couldn't, with regular books. Like, it was really hard for me to sit down and read a book. I don't know if it's an attention thing or something else, but it was just, it started getting really difficult. And so I just didn't really read books for pleasure for a long time. And then, I don't know if it was 2018 or 2019. I don't remember which one, but I learned about the Libby app, which allows you to check out audiobooks from your library and ebooks, both of those. And I tried it out, and I wanted to try it out, and I didn't even know what book to look for. And so I was just looking for like what's popular. So I listened to the audiobook for Gone Girl because it was very popular. It was an all right book, but like it was great listening to the book, and I could like do other things at the same time. And so I've been pretty much trying to make up for all the years of lost time since then. All this extra is going to be real annoying, but we'll see what we can do. So I use the Libby app for my audiobooks, High Score. Libby is great. So the thing about Libby, especially if you live in a smaller city like I do, I have access to the Digital Library of Illinois, which is fine, except for when it's not fine. And so for me, the key for the Libby app is to not trade, but like I have lots of friends across the country through roller derby and things like that. And some people have been kind enough to share their library logins with me. And so I might need to like make new friends for that soon, because one person lived in like the San Francisco area. So she had the San Francisco County Library, which is decent, but she's actually since moved back here, and her access for that library doesn't work anymore because it's been a year. But I also have access to the Denver Library, the Brooklyn Library. There might be one more that I'm not remembering, and then the Illinois one. So that's especially nice because if a book is checked out or it's a series or something and my library doesn't have all the books in that series, or the wait is really long, I can just pop over to the other library information and borrow it there. All right, what is this pattern? This is week 1. I know, so there's a way on these patterns to like go into it and like the most efficient route type thing. I'm not great at those. I wish I was. And I haven't done any type of cross stitch in over a year, so trying my best. A bunch of Kathy Burke, Stephen Hawking, Memoirs of a Geisha. Oh, I read that a long time ago. It was interesting. To Stieg Larsson, a few random others. I mean, I know who Stephen Hawking is. I don't know if I know who Stieg Larsson is. Is that the person who wrote the like Girl with Dragon Tattoo and those books? Or is that the person who I'm thinking of like the lead singer from Metallica, and he has like a Scandinavian sounding name. I don't know. I'm not always great with authors. I'm glad you found some books you like. Goodwill and secondhand places are a good alternative for like libraries and stuff, because the books are what, like $1 most of the time? So that's decent. I just really can't ever justify paying like to own a book, like buying books, especially audiobooks and stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna read the book or listen to the book, but I'm not gonna like, I'm probably not gonna reread that over and over again, you know? Let's zoom this in twice. Maybe that will help. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I I did the audiobook for that. It was, have you read that one or not yet? Are you getting ready to read that one or have you already read it? Because I know there's several in that series. 1, 2, and then 3. Actually. So my problem with these patterns is that sometimes I come up with a route. No, but I want to have a pretty back. I overthink it. Actually, let me use this to make a knot. And maybe that will help us sort it out. Because if you haven't read it yet, I don't want to spoil anything for you. But if you've already read that one, then we can talk about it a little bit. And I'm not even trying to discuss like plot lines or anything, just my opinion of it. I read the first 3 years ago. Okay. I wanted to like it, and there were parts of it that were good. But it was so dry. I felt like it was so dry, and it like it was a very slow book. And I just wanted them to get to the point. Okay, so this is on the bottom. Let's start this the more conventional route. 21st Palais. Hello. How's it going? Nice of you to join us. What are you up to? And what did you have for dinner? I'm asking everyone that tonight. Yeah, it is slow. Like, I wanted to read those because I know it's a whole series, and I was like, oh good, that'll keep me busy for a while, right? But man, that first one, it was just so slow, and by the time it was done, I just was really ready for it to be done. So I didn't want to read the next book. You had beef and broccoli with brown rice. Did you make that, or was it a takeout thing? And go in here. Cage had sushi for lunch. Oh, that's good. Birthday sushi. Very nice. What kind of sushi did you have? Like what, I don't know, style rolls or whatever. Tyrannosaurus Moose. What a name. That's fun. And we got this one. We need to go over. You made it. Excellent. I feel like these days you kind of have to ask because a lot of people don't cook, but then a lot of people do. It just depends on like, I don't know, lifestyles and stuff. Oh, this is getting all tangled up in here. Oh well, wasn't quite what I wanted to see, like that cool, that big one that's sticking out. It's getting all mixed around, but I should just do the thing instead of fretting about whether the back of it looks nice. Over, let me go down. I'll do this way first. And then this way. I like to cook, but too lazy to do it sometimes. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Your stepdad, he got you a sushi platter. Dang. What is entailed in a sushi platter? I don't think I've ever gotten that from anywhere. Sushi's better than cake. Eh, to each their own. Taste buds are complex. They're always changing and everyone's different. I always maintain we can't all like the same things. Like we can, but we don't all have to like the same things, you know? Now I want sushi. I know, right? That sushi is definitely one of those things that like once somebody mentions it, then everybody else is like, wow, fuck, why'd you go and say that now? I want it. I haven't had sushi in a long time. We've got some decent sushi places here. I just haven't, because we haven't been eating out or anything. We get takeout a lot. Not a lot, but like we get takeout if anything, but we definitely don't like dine out. Well, okay, so we started this thing after Thanksgiving and our friends came to visit and they were like, you gotta like go out some. It's good for you. Like just do it. So we were like, okay, fine, we'll try. And what did we do? It was like sometime between Thanksgiving and Christmas. We went to go run errands and we went to Burger King and we decided to go in and order our food. And we ended up eating our lunch at Burger King because we were like the only people in the whole restaurant. So we were like, well, I guess we're dining out. I guess we are old people who dine at the Burger King now. And then in September, we went to this barbecue place that's local and really good. We went to the barbecue place, but they had like patio seating, so that like dining out, but sitting outside, like that part is fine. Crunchy caterpillar roll, temptation roll, and 2 California rolls and a tempura roll. I guess that's the thing with sushi is like everywhere, all the things have like, I don't know, I want to call them like cutesy names, or they just have like names, but like I'm sure those change a little bit by location. California rolls are pretty standard because those are a very American thing, but the rest of them I'm sure vary. 26 bucks, that's pretty good. 6 rolls for 26. Yeah, that's very reasonable. It's romantic at fuck. Did you at least get a Mighty Kids meal? I did not. I did not. I'm sorry to disappoint. I ate a Whopper because I took these like gluten cutter pills beforehand, which are like, it's like Lactaid for lactose intolerant people, but it's for gluten. It's not great, like it's not a miracle pill, but it helps a lot. So once in a while, like I'll just take it and eat something, but I don't make a habit of it because it's just not good for me. Why is eating in a Burger King, why is that romantic? Yeah, that all does sound really good. I love me some sushi with some crunch. Why is crunchy food just the best? First of all, we are over here. Okay. So if that comes up here, I guess we're making the square. I tried to zoom it in more so you couldn't see what I'm working on, but it doesn't always work out. And I'm keeping my thread pretty short because the thing with black work is that you're only doing 1 thread instead of 2 or 3. So I keep it short because as it runs out, I'll just replace it with another single thread. That way it's a more efficient use of the embroidery floss overall. I gave you extra ginger and eel sauce because it was my birthday. Nice. The eel sauce is good. I like that stuff. The ginger I don't really care about, and I don't bother with wasabi. Not my cup of tea. My partner likes wasabi. Although he likes wasabi, but he always ends up like getting it up his nose somehow, or like he's not shoving it up his nose, like obviously, but like I don't know. I don't know exactly what happens or how it happens, but I think it's something like that awful feeling when you get water backwards in your nose in the swimming pool, but like with wasabi maybe? I don't know. And they're saying pot stickers. Oh, nice. Not sure what those were, but they were good pot stickers. Yeah, they're like a dumpling type thinger. Haven't lived until you've done a rail of wasabi. What the fuck is a rail of wasabi? Definitely have no idea what that is. I like a lot of things that are spicy, but like, I don't know, wasabi just, it does not amplify my sushi experience in any way. I like a lot of spicy things, but I don't like things that are spicy just for the sake of being spicy. Like, it's gotta have flavor, you know? A rail of wasabi is snorting up your nose? Ew! That's so gross. Why would you do that to yourself? There is no way that that is enjoyable. Absolutely no way. So let me guess, you've done this. I'm just gonna assume you have, unless you're gonna magically tell me you haven't. Ah, so when I got rid of the space, the comrade emote doesn't work. Okay. I can fix it. Okay, so now when the next thing comes up for the ad notice, I will pay attention. It is if you put money on how long you can stand it. Nope. Even then, it would probably have to be a lot of money. Honestly, I've never been inclined to snort anything up my nose, ever. Not even once has it appealed to me. But to each their own, as I say. If you're not harming anybody else, and if that truly brings you joy, if snorting wasabi up your nose brings you genuine joy, then I guess have at it. Snorting wasabi will put you in the hospital. Yeah, you would think. You would think, wouldn't you, Cypher? I mean, sounds about right to me. Some coworkers, when I worked in call center, people did lines of pixie sticks, and then they sucked a bunch of helium out of balloons. Well, it was one lady. Like somebody dared her. Her name was Tina. And someone dared her to do a line of a pixie stick. So she did it. Snorted a pixie stick up her nose, and then got some helium out of a balloon and sang The Good Ship Lollipop, because that is by far the best song to sing with helium voice. Not me, but people you've gone to dinner with. You work at the Japanese restaurant. There's a tradition of screwing with the new guy by tricking them into doing a line of it, claiming it was Coke. Oh, are you talking about like wasabi root then? Because I could see that if it's dried or something. But regular wasabi, like the wasabi root, isn't it green? I forget. Yeah, it's green because it looks like a giant green dick, doesn't it? Whoa, that's a lot of random things. Ah, close this. Hate that you have to double click on each one of these. Good job, team. Okay, so the next one, that's a 3, and this is a 4. It says this one is a hard level 4, so I hope we have enough people to do it. I'm just gonna keep throwing this one in until we get more people joining us. So place your units. How many people did you actually get to do a line of wasabi though? Like what was the success rate with that? Girl I went to dinner with on a date did it. Who are all these people that you're all finding that are so willing to snort random stuff up their nose? May I be the first to say, Jesus fucking what? Yes, you may be the first, and I will be right with you, Cypher. I'm glad I'm not alone in this, like, what the fuck ism about all this snorting gross shit up your nose. Absolutely not. At least 4, counting me. Jesus. I mean, I'm not surprised that you would do it. It doesn't surprise me at all. Because you're absolutely ridiculous. Lost Traveling. Hello. Welcome in. I would have done a line of wasabi when I was younger. Oh my gosh, y'all are ridiculous. Do you just, like, have a terrible sense of smell or taste or something? Like, I have an incredibly dull sense of taste. Not taste. I have a very dull sense of smell. I always have. But I just have never once felt the urge to snort anything up my nose. Sometimes I use nasal spray, like if it's really dry before I go to sleep, but Jesus. Y'all are a bit not right in the head, but then again, I knew that already, because if you were perfectly square in the brain, like, you wouldn't hang out here, and we wouldn't be friends, so. Lost Traveling, what are you up to? Thanks for joining us. It's a pretty good indicator of a level of insanity if they're willing to snort hot shit up their nose. Yup. Yes, it is. Oh my various gods, no. Yep, I concur. I concur readily. That shit is fucked. We do this one and we go diagonal. I'm gonna write in the job with my head, and I know this. What kind of job do you have, Lost Traveling? No putting things up your nose that are not meant to be in noses. Ding, ding, ding. That's what I'm saying. That is precisely the camp that I am in. Guys, I never got a NOS. I really want a NOS, and it's in the refrigerator waiting for me to go get it, and I haven't because, well, I'm here doing this, and historically, when I bother to, you know, take care of myself and, like, take a fucking bathroom break, the second I leave to go do something responsible, like go to the bathroom, like, half the people leave, and that's bullshit. So it, like, incentivizes people to, like, not leave, which is not healthy. We did a lot of Coke there, and the lighting wasn't great, so about the 3rd or 4th line would be wasabi instead of Coke. Oh my god. So, wait. Like, genuine question, because I've never done cocaine, because I don't care to snort anything up my nose. By the 3rd or 4th line of it, is your nose, like, numb at all? So, like, is it believable that, like, you may not even really notice it's wasabi, or the wasabi wouldn't even be that bad because your nasal passages are already numb from the other 2? Is that a reasonable thing to think? Or is that not how it works? And this... I don't like the way that this is, so I'm gonna take that out. You have the COVID and just chilling. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's not so bad though. I don't want it. I don't want it whatsoever because I've got too many autoimmune diseases already and I don't need or want long COVID. The first thing you learn as a kid, don't put things up your nose that don't belong there. My brother shoved a doll finger up his nose like way the fuck up there. More or less, I do this for a living. You help organizations identify and resolve security vulnerabilities affecting their digital assets and computer networks. Some professionals hold in-house positions with permanent employers functioning as part of internal cybersecurity. Interesting. Would not do drugs. Mad Dieguito, if I'm saying that right. Hello, welcome in. Hi. Nice of you to join us. I'm glad you're here. A pen tester, like literal pens. It might be dulled a bit, but it still burns like hell. Oh my gosh. A doll finger. Yeah, like a baby doll that kids play with. I don't know. My brother's older than I am, and he was very young, so I was probably like a baby when this happened, so I do not have a first-hand memory of it happening, so I can't give you more specifics, unfortunately. I just know that it was very small and it was a baby doll, like, because like in the 80s and 90s, like dolls would have like hands and their fingers would be like splayed like this kind of, or some of them anyway. And I guess one of them came off, or I don't know. Little kids are weird. Maybe somebody bit it off, like, who fucking knows? Trying to redo this square and I'm not happy with it. Nah. A traveling penetration tester. I wouldn't phrase that way in mixed company, if you know what I'm saying. Come on. I might also just tie this off and move to the next strand. That's what I'm gonna do. Good pronunciation, yay! Still can't picture it. I mean, I'm good. I'm just chilling on this Friday evening. Getting started on this stitch along. Hanging out with some pretty awesome humans. And I'm appreciative of you all for choosing to spend your time here with me. Because you have millions of other options. I do really want to get that NOS though, so I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go grab that NOS. I'll just leave this up. Don't go anywhere, don't leave. I will be back in like a minute. I'm just going to get the drink from the kitchen. What's the name of the circular metal thing? This thing? It's just a hoop. It's just your basic embroidery hoop. There are wooden ones, like the wooden hoops, and they have like a hand screw to crank on one side. This one is just a different style, and I find it easier to hold with my hands. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna run to the kitchen. You can come with me on an audio field trip if you really want. It's not very far. It's just down the stairs, through the dining room, and into the refrigerator. I was gonna have some more wine, but yeah, fuck it. We can do that too. Anyway. the koozie because it keeps my drink cold. This is the very last of this bottle of wine, so there's not very much. Because I had some earlier, but I drank it. All right, I returned. Whoa, sliding chair. We have Nos and the rest of this wine. There's like really hardly any in there. Because I had some earlier, and then I started cooking down the mushrooms and onions to go with the steak, and I threw the wine into the skillet with those because that helps them caramelize and be so much more delicious. And then I had some in a glass to drink with my dinner. Why is this? It doesn't go there. So that's just the last of that bottle. Peel Appeal, hi. So nice to see you. What did Cage say up here? Not good for people can cause areas of the brain to fire faster. Okay, well, autistic people are not psychotic, Cage, and you know that. Also, being autistic is not it doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. That's the hope. Taylor Pale is Stan. What? I like that a whole bunch. Stan, so I can find out what a Nos is. Nos, well, here is the koozie. Allied shitbags for a less shitty future. Nos, it's an energy drink. It's the unofficial official beverage of this stream. Because it would be great if they would sponsor me, because I've made them a lot of money already. But they don't know that I exist, so. Oop, there it is. You're welcome. March of the Gray Eyes. Hello. Hello. I heard something about autism when I got here. Cade was saying something. It comes up sometimes. I'm autistic, and some members of our community are also autistic, so you talk about it here and there, but not like the main feature. But we talk about everything here. Almost nothing is off limits. I didn't have a very good reaction to the drug we're discussing. Cage, did you try cocaine? You can try a drug and not have a good reaction to it. It has nothing to do with being autistic. It's just that drugs will fuck you up. Just period. They're not for everybody. You're autistic as well. Neat. Yeah, finishing a little bit of wine. And we're starting on a year-long stitch along. This is part of the first rectangle. And my camera hates cooperating. But this is done in black work, which is one strand of thread instead of 2 or 3. And it's all straight stitches instead of X's, like for cross stitch. Kapuli Kepi! Hello, good sir. So nice to see you. How are you this this evening slash what, 6 a.m. for you this morning? Good morning. How did you sleep? Yeah, about there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, again, reminder, everybody, movie night tomorrow evening, 8 p.m. Central Time, which is like 2 a.m. GMT. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, happening in Discord. Again, that is in Discord. That is not here on Twitch. If you show up to this Twitch channel, there will be nothing here. Just letting you know right now. Because I try to remind people about things, but I'm only one person. I can only do so much. I also posted, I posted my like heads up about stream today, like 3 hours early on Instagram in hopes that more people would see it. Because usually when I post it like an hour ahead of time, like 5 people see it. And I'm like, well, that's pointless. So I was like, well, if I do that sooner, more people will see it and maybe they'll be more effective. But I actually don't know if it is more effective. You didn't sleep. What? Oh, you didn't sleep during the normal time. Why not? Teal Appeal, my friend, how are you tonight? What are you up to? And what the fuck did you have for dinner? Everybody who has not, please tell me what you had for dinner, because I'm asking everybody tonight, because I guess I've just got food on the brain. Also, Kapuli, oh, you were here last stream. You already know about the cooking stream, never mind. What are you doing? The picture. So it's a stitch along for the whole year. I'll hold this up close here in a moment, but it is a year-long stitch along. So there's one rectangle released every Wednesday for the whole year, so there will be 52 rectangles. And so every week we'll do one on stream, and I'll have chat pick the colors. It just seemed like a fun thing to do. So it's a form of cross stitch, but it's just one single strand of thread instead of 2 or 3 over. And it's all straight stitches instead of crosses. So let me bring this back up and I'll show you the design for the first week. So I'm almost halfway through with this first one. And that's the design. There will be a black frame around it. That's what the first week's design is shaping up to be. I'll show you on the iPad how it actually looks. And if anyone is interested, you're welcome to participate as well and do the stitch along. It's a public thing, you're welcome to participate. I think it would be tons of fun if other people were doing this alongside me. I mean, within this community and this channel, because there's like thousands of people throughout the world doing this stitch along this year. You're doing good. You're cleaning up from stream. You had a chicken sandwich. That sounds really good. That sounds very good. Did you do collage stuff, Teal? What did you work on tonight? Turkey burger and couscous. That sounds good. I can't eat couscous because it's apparently couscous is gluten. It always sounds really appealing as like a super grain or whatever, because I really like quinoa and like different grains besides rice. I like rice too, but I like to mix it up. But quinoa is, or not quinoa, but couscous is a no-go. That's great. What's great? You're great. Cage has not had dinner yet. It's too late to order anything now. We'll make something up. I know it's your birthday and you usually do the cooking and you're feeling lazy, but sometimes for me it helps to reframe things and think about them in a different way, like treat yourself to a decadent home-cooked meal, or treat yourself to a succulent Chinese meal that could be home-cooked. It could be home-cooked. Kapuli, can the succulent Chinese meal be home-cooked? Because I'm voting yes. Made a collage and then played with alcohol inks and Mod Podge. Ooh, I like that. I like the sound of that. Rice is great when you're hungry and you want 2,000 of something. I mean, I literally never think of rice that way, but I understand. I understand and appreciate the joke. A succulent Chinese meal can be cooked at home, especially if enjoyed with wine. Truth. Go eat something. Yeah, make something up. Or, Cage, if you want help from all of us, give us a list of some stuff you've got in your pantry and in your fridge, and we can come up with something for you to make if you don't have any ideas. I think that sounds like a fun game, but clearly that is up to you to make that call. It is Cage's birthday, by the way. So everyone be sure to wish him the happiest birthday. Can turn anything into soup. I suppose so, especially if you have a blender. Iron Chef Snow Peep Edition. I mean, I can only try, right?
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese
meal? Thank you for that marvelous gem. I love it so much. It really never gets old. I'm just glad that I have the headphones going today so it played properly the first time. So that's on that end of it. Well, fuck. I was gonna go about this row a different way and then I didn't. There are better meals. Those are the better meals. Just mix some things up. They can be. They really can be. Get some cereal or toast or something. I mean, I'm not above making like rice and then like a fried egg that's like over medium well, so like the yolk isn't hard set, but it's got like a jello consistency. But again, make the egg the way you like it, but if you have rice and then you have like the fried egg and then you put some cheese, that's fairly decent on its own. But I usually only eat that like if I don't feel good. If you have a potato, you could do a lot with potatoes. If you want to have some kind of meat and you've got various meat in your freezer or fridge, we can come up with ideas. Now, ham or spam? I don't know. I don't think Cage has actually mentioned anything that he has. You do have noodles. That's a start. That's a start. What kind of noodles you got? Cage, I think chat's getting invested in helping you come up with some succulent dinner ideas. Mash and boil them, stick them in a stew. For what? Are you saying potatoes? Tomato soup is great. There's a recipe that contains white wine and roasted fennel seeds. Wow, that sounds like something I would enjoy. I do like a good tomato soup, or really a tomato bisque. It's not fancy because it's not homemade or anything, but there's a tomato bisque in a carton from the store that I just buy and heat up because sometimes I'm real lazy. I like to have that, and I like to have that with like a hot ham and cheese or a tuna melt. So like a fancy grilled cheese that has more like sustenance in it. That's the best meal on a really cold day. Do you have to make up a meal from the stuff you've got, or can you shop? It's after 11. It's like 11:30 where he is. And I think he said the shop were closed. But I will, of course, defer to Cage on that. A lot of things also close earlier now because of like COVID times. So like back when we lived in the more precedented times, sometimes things are open, but now, no. Like the 24-hour place close to our house, it's not Walmart, it's a Meijer, M-E-I-J-E-R. Yeah, I think they close at like, I don't know, 10 or 11 or midnight or something these days. Let's get this way. You have udon noodles, spaghetti, angel hair rice noodles, and ramen. Oh, you can do a lot with ramen. You can jazz up the ramen with the egg. And what kind of vegetables do you have, Cage? What kind of veggies and meat do you have available? And get some decadent ramen going. Maybe we do this first. No. Oh yeah, we have to go this way. Yeah, the circle is 11. Sounds about right. Supermarket, we usually order. They've gone wild and they're open 24/7. That is wild these days. Home delivery, yeah, that's only normal hours. Stir fry a couple eggs into cooked rice, salt and pepper, soy sauce. Yeah, get some bacon or sausage, chop them up, toss them in. Good fried rice. Ham fried rice. I think ham fried rice, at least for me, is the best one. Small towns. Yeah, we know. That's why we're trying to work with what you've got. Cage, what kind of vegetables or meat do you have? If you really want to go check and let us know. We're committed to helping you have the best birthday meal. Sesame oil, soy, and hoisin sauce. Hey, that's very helpful. Making this sound promising. Stores close at 21, but a few make an exception. Yeah, it just depends. I have no idea when everything opens or closes because I don't do the shopping. Dan does the shopping because he can just go in and get the stuff and get out. And if I were to do the shopping, it would take me hours and hours and hours, and I would get very overwhelmed. And it would just not be great. So he just takes care of it, which is really nice. Which also is really interesting to me that that's the case at our house these days, because I used to work for Instacart. I don't know, four plus years ago now, because I haven't done that in quite some time. But when Instacart first opened up and offered services in this area, I was one of the very first shoppers here back when it was still lucrative. And I made very good money doing that. And I was the fastest shopper in this area by a very wide margin. And I know where everything is in the store. So grocery shopping for myself taking hours and hours, it's weird that that's the case, but it just takes me forever. But then, yeah, Instacart, I was insanely fast. You don't have any veggies or proteins, though. Oh my gosh, tomorrow is the shopping day. Ay, that makes it more difficult. Do you have eggs? At least having eggs is helpful, but last week we were kind of in that boat. It was icy outside, so we didn't go anywhere. Saturday or Sunday is usually our shopping day. But we didn't go out because of the ice. And we didn't even have eggs. So all the dinner ideas we kept coming up with, like, didn't happen. I don't even remember what we ended up eating. Not sure. I guess online ordering would be the grocery shopping style for you. You could spend hours with it. Okay, Kimberly, I don't spend hours grocery shopping because I want to. I hate that. I don't know. I spend hours because I don't know why. It just is really hard for me to do the grocery shopping for myself. It's not that I want to be spending all that time. And yeah, we thought about doing like the curbside thing, but I don't trust the people on the other end of the curbside to like pick out the good produce and check the eggs and things like that. So we just do it ourselves. Which is totally fine. Angry pasta? Angry pasta? Spaghetti or angel hair, whatever meat or green vegetables. You have sauteed olive oil with a bunch of red pepper flakes. But he doesn't have any vegetables or proteins. Oh, the battle's ready. Thank God I already ate. Otherwise, I'd be eating my fridge. I know, right? All this food talk. Ooh, you found pad thai noodles. So you have 7 types of noodles. Surely there's something that can go in them. Have you dug to the back of the freezer? Because I know sometimes things get like shoved back there. Also, no eggs. Macaroni or any pasta bits, mincemeat, egg, milk, onion. Oh, you could make the finished macaroni box. So we have no eggs, potentially no proteins. All that's in there is ranch dressing. Usually takes an hour to select everything, and then you come back once or twice to add something I forgot. That's good. Yeah, he said tomorrow is the shopping day. The mic volume dropped when you changed the scene. It's entirely possible that I have the microphone volume much lower in this scene. So I popped it up a little bit, so thanks for letting me know. This needs to go here. Any cheese? Stream Raiders, what is this madness? I know. So I decided to bring back Stream Raiders. I will make that announcement again. I decided to bring back Stream Raiders. I don't know. I decided I don't mind it when I'm sitting here at the computer. It's very manageable that way. But I won't be doing it every stream. So like on streams where I'm over at the sewing desk, or once we eventually get back downstairs, I will not be running Stream Raiders for those because I'm not trying to run back and forth all the time because that's a pain in the ass. But if I'm sitting here at the computer, I really don't mind. Bakos, nice job with all the kills. And Teal, good job, you got prize. Level 4. Kapuli, are you surprised, or is that face like, oh god, ew, no? Because, I mean, didn't you come from Stream Raiders too? I was pretty sure that you came from Stream Raiders. Alright, place your units. You found a can of Pringles? And why the fuck is there a shit ton of scotch in my fridge? Maybe somebody likes cold scotch. Someone other than me is hitting the sauce hard. Well, I mean, if you know all the people who live in your house, so probably not too hard to narrow that down. Scotch goes in the cabinet, not the fridge. It do. But hey, I'm not about to shame anybody if they like their scotch cold or chilled. I'm not gonna, I mean, yeah, I know there's proper ways of doing things, but I'm not gonna shame anybody because I'm not the most proper person in the world either. The easiest Italian recipe is the one where you cook garlic cloves in oil slowly and add the oil on cooked spaghetti. What? I'm all about roasting garlic. I've done that plenty. Garlic can be mashed too if they're cooked until they're soft like butter. Yes. I love roasting garlic in the oven. And you get like the little ramekin and you put the garlic head, the whole head of garlic in there. Well, you slice the top off first to expose all the cloves, and then cover it in olive oil, roast it for however long at whatever temperature, and then yeah, it's basically the consistency of butter, and it's amazing. We were just discussing earlier, Zelku was saying the only way to measure garlic is with your heart. And I fully believe that as well. Your balls are in the cabinet. Living with me would make most people drink. Oh my gosh. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's your birthday. Be nice to my friend. Oh, I don't even have the vent. Usually I have the vent open in here when I'm up here, but tonight I don't. This is totally random, but I just remembered it. So in figuring out my classes for this new term that starts on Monday, I had 9 credit hours selected, and I needed one more 3-credit class to fill out the schedule for full-time. So I emailed my advisor and I was like, do you have any suggestions for a 3-credit class to fill out my schedule and one that's online? So she sent me back a list of a few things. My advisor, she is so fucking sweet. I love her. She's the sweetest lady. Her name is Susan. But she sent me back a list of, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 suggestions or options. One of them was a financial planning class, which I didn't even know they offered that. And so I was like, oh, hell yeah, I want that. Sign me up, because, like, I'm in my 30s. Yeah, I'd like to take a financial planning class so I can, like, figure out how to, like, you know, plan for retirement and, like, do smart money things, especially since I'm unemployed, but I have some dollars in savings. Time to learn about Roth IRAs. I know. Is it weird that I'm like PogChamp excited about it? I'm excited about it, but that's probably because I'm like almost 33. And the kicker was that there were 3 sections offered. One was in person, 2 were online. One of the online ones was a second half of the semester. I picked the full semester option because I'm trying to be nice to myself and not take any like fast-paced classes right now. So, like, I totally jumped on it. But none of the classes were full. And like every other class I've looked at this semester, almost every single one was full. So it just goes to show, like, all these fucking 18-year-olds, like, they don't have a clue. They're lost, man. I would have loved to learn about that stuff when I was younger. The dog is wonderful company when I make a night snack. He's always interested and never too tired to come along. But that's just at your parents' house, right, Kapuli? Because you don't have a dog. Which you should. You're totally the type of person. You need a little, or maybe a cat. I don't know. Maybe you're a cat person. But you like to go hiking and outdoorsy, so a dog is good. Maybe you should look into that, Kapuli. You need to get more garlic tomorrow. Only 3 cloves from your last batch of fermented. Wait, fermenting garlic? Tell me about that. What do you do with that? I've never thought to ferment garlic. I grew garlic last year. In my year of, like, purposely not gardening, really, I grew some garlic. It was a little bit small, but it was the first year, so kind of to be expected. Yeah, take it. I'm gonna. Teal, you work in finance-related stuff, though, right? You do, like, something with finance for nonprofits, I thought. I think finance stuff is really interesting. It's just not, like, what I want to do with my life. But, yeah, I wish I knew more about financial planning. I'd love to know way more about investing. But, yeah, it's... Unless you, like, go to school for those things, it seems like those are harder to learn about. To me, anyway. Wait. How does... yeah, that's just diagonal. Roth IRAs. I don't know. This place, this call center that I worked at a while ago, like 10 years ago, probably. I don't remember if I got a 401k through them. I remember going to the meeting about it, but I don't remember if I ever actually, like, initiated the stuff and, like, set up the account and stuff. I don't remember if I actually did it. So my efforts to contact the company that I worked for and the HR people and trying to track down, like, what company now holds those 401ks. My efforts have been fruitless because I have no idea if I actually did those things or not, you know? That's just at your parents. Yeah, your rental agreement doesn't allow pets. Well, that's bullshit. Wouldn't have the energy and time to properly take care of a pet, especially a dog. Yeah, dogs are really needy. That's part of the reason that we are not dog people, because cats are pretty minimal on the care, which is great. But yeah, dogs, that whole like having to take them outside every day, multiple times to poop and to walk them. Even when the weather is awful, I can't do it. And I like some dogs, but I don't know, maybe I'm weird and I chalk this up to like a weird sensory thing about me. But I feel like a lot of dogs have like their fur is like really oily. And so when I pet them, my hand has like it just feels like filmy afterwards and I don't like it and it makes me want to go wash my hands. So I'm sure that's probably also a mild factor into why I'm not a dog person. I also got bit by a dog when I was really young. Got bit on the nose by a little dachshund. I mean, dachshunds are cute. I like them. Little wiener dogs. So cute. But I got bit on the nose by one when I was like 4 years old. There's a little tiny scar, like it's either here or the same spot on the other side. And Christian's gonna be sad because that's a Snow Peep lore that he didn't know about because I don't think I've ever mentioned it. It was at like a really fucked up birthday party. I'm just trying to tuck this string into the stitches in the back to hide it. Fermented garlic is not a good thing. That's just like your opinion, man. Cage. We don't all have to like the same things, and that can be okay. Variety is the spice of life. All right, here is square 1, rectangle 1. I need to stitch the border on it. But we're good there. I think I might go on to week 2. I might go on to the second week square and then do the border after. Let me find the recipe. Yay! You can see if the state of that employer has an unclaimed property department. Oh, like the websites where you can like put in your driver's license or your information. You put in whatever information and it tells you if there's like money floating around tied to you. Because I've done that and I was always hopeful, but they never have my name on those lists. Which is also strange because I'm pretty sure my first bank account still had like $8. It had like a very small balance in it, I think. And I don't think I ever closed it. Who knows? If your hand gets oily for petting a dog, there's a chance the dog is just dirty. Yeah, that too. That too. Dachshunds are the most vicious. See, I always heard it was the terriers, like the Jack Russell Terriers and all the rat terriers. I've always heard and read that those are the most bitey dogs, the little ones, and they're always like yippy and bitey. It turned out great. Hi, Sky, you're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I like this. And I think, I'm gonna check. I was thinking that I thought this pattern seemed really familiar. So I want to check the 2020 stitch along and see if it's a repeat. Because it could be. This is the one I did 2 years ago. Does lots of intricate things. Oh, this one's really similar. It's really similar. Let's keep looking. Okay, so it's not exactly the same. But this one, where'd it go? I keep losing it. This one right here, it's very light pink. This one is very similar in style because of because of the circles. Come on, camera, focus. So you have those circles, and then this isn't gonna work, and then like these circles. So they are pretty similar. There's also this one on the corner that has a similar look, but it's not the same. You're making the bed. Good for you. Making the bed always makes the room feel a lot more put together. And it's just, you know, one of those simple little things that makes a really big difference. Can't find it. It's 1 massive tablespoon of salt per pint of water. Peel the garlic. Throw the water. Keep it out of direct sunlight. Vent it once a day. And after 2 weeks, drain it in fresh water and stick it in the fridge. But what do you do with fermented garlic? And can you throw that in Discord in like the food channel or something? Because I'm not gonna remember that at all. Actually, that's true. The little dogs are more violent because they have more possibility to get bullied in a way. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, they have to defend themselves more than the bigger dogs. That does make sense. Well, the time when I got bit by that little dog, I was at a birthday party. It was like a neighborhood birthday party, so they invite all the little kids from the area, all the little friends, over to the birthday party. And I'm pretty sure this birthday party was like kind of messed up. Anything you would with fresh garlic. All right, I'm game. What happens if you roast the fermented garlic? Is that like mind-blowing divine, or is it like you ferment it or you roast it? You don't really do both. Yeah, I was at this birthday party in the neighborhood, and because I was like the little kid at the birthday party, they sent me under the dining room table to get some presents that were under there. So I climbed under the table, and the fucking dog was under the table. And I guess that was his space, and I was in his space, and he just like bit me on the nose, and I'm sure I cried. And I walked home from the birthday party like I had to leave because my face was bleeding. And I walked home, and my mom patched me up. But I think that was the same birthday party where some kids were playing on this like the swing set was up. They had a swing set, and some kids were like, there was a thing on swing sets where it had like 2 bars coming down, and then there were 2 seats opposite each other where you could like swing back and forth. I don't know what it was called. But 2 kids were playing on that, and I think it was broken or it broke, and it cut some kid's kneecap open, and it's like burned in my memory what that looked like. I remember like it looked like they had a peach, like if you skinned a peach and just the smooth out part of the peach. I remember that's what it looked like. So I guess that was a pretty violent birthday party. But that's when we lived in like a really bad part of Oklahoma City. You have 1 jar of fermented sriracha base in the fridge that is 10 months old. The bacteria should still be alive in theory. What do you do with that? What do you do with fermented sriracha? I'll tell you tomorrow before the movie, because somehow I've never thought to try that. Happy to help. Innovation. We've got that here. Once again, everyone's invited to our movie night tomorrow night. Teal Appeal, anybody else? We are watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And we're doing that in Discord. That is at 8 p.m. Central Time. And we will be kind and we'll wait until 8:30 to start to give, stragglers time to come in. Yeah, that's at 8 p.m. Central. If you show up to this Twitch channel, you will find nothing. You decide to use it, boil it, add sugar, salt, and fish sauce to adjust the taste, and then it becomes actual sriracha. All right, then. Okay, so square 2, what color? This one is dark green. So, Do we want to suggest new colors or go with the other two that did not get picked originally? I haven't used it because you forgot it exists. That's fair. That's fair. I made, in the year 2020, I made a gluten-free sourdough starter. And it's still in my fridge. I haven't fed it in well over a year. But it hasn't molded or anything, and I wouldn't be surprised if the bacteria is somehow still alive. Yeah, should we vote for new colors or just debate between these two? Someone give me another color idea for the third square. This one for the second square. This one was dark green. I'm letting chat pick the color for each week. So the options for week 1 were between dark green, royal blue, and a rich yellow. So we can add another color to this option. I just need somebody to make a suggestion. Baby blue and brown. Like a light brown, medium brown? What shade of brown? Because we have all of them. There's a lot of embroidery thread, so you got to be a little more specific. Do you have magenta? I do have magenta. I have different shades of magenta and different shades of red. So we have, hi Red Syrup. We have suggestions for magenta and red. I'm gonna start making a poll because this is gonna become a poll and you're all gonna vote. So let me start entering the options for that. Manage poll, there we go. New poll. Okay, so magenta. Red Syrup, is that like a medium red, a bright red, a dark red? The colors of Boquita, a football club from Argentina, is kind of a native joke. What colors are those? Mad Diaguito. What? Is there a shorter version of your name that we can call you? A medium brown. So medium brown goes in the list. A tiny bit of dull brown, like a dark khaki. Okay. Bright red. Okay. Because I have like Christmas red and I also have like a tomato red. It's in here somewhere because it's one that I really like. Like this is 666. This is Christmas red. Although if you guys pick that red right next to this green, I'll be honest with you right now, I'm going to be real disappointed. We can have one more in here, but we have 4 options so far. So it's 5 to midnight. You've been up since 4. Oh my gosh, Zelku, you have lasted probably the longest time of hanging out here in a while. I'm proud of you and I appreciate you hanging out here. And thank you for gifting Johnny that sub so he can use emotes. He's greatly appreciative. You get some rest and we'll see you tomorrow night for movie night in Discord. All right, there's a new poll. Oh, that's right. So there's a new poll up right now to vote for the next color to use for the next square. So if you do not see the poll, please refresh the page. It's at the top of the chat. And we will vote, and whichever one wins will be the color for the second square. Red Syrup, you're fine. You're fine. We've got some options, and everyone's gonna vote. May the best color win. The options are baby blue, magenta, a medium brown, or bright red. I'll try to set some up here for you guys to see the options. This is a 10-minute poll, so you do have a few minutes. Let me move these to put these away, and then we can do that. And 8:24. This goes in here. This went, I don't know, somewhere. Okay, so here's like a medium brown. That's a cool brown. A baby blue. Oh, we have a lot of those. Baby blue doesn't show up as well, but I'll find one. It's not in this box. We said magenta. I think my good magentas are in the other box. And a bright red, which is in the other box too. Okay. Let's see. 666 Christmas red. It's the color code for Satan Claus. It is. And like people in the worldwide cross stitch community, like some people get really weird, and if they have a cross stitch pattern that asks for color 666 for red, they just won't use it because they're like superstitious or really religious or something. Some people would argue that those are the same thing. Here's a magenta. That would work. Here's a baby blue. And let me find a red. We could do Christmas red, but I have a really great like electric tomato red that I would love to find. And it's probably in this box. And we'll read the chat in just a moment. Yeah, this is 606. So here's your Christmas red, and this camera doesn't quite do them justice, but this one is more like electric red. So I would pick that one instead of the 666 because it's just, I don't know, I think it just pops nicer. All right, let me catch up on chat. Vote, vote, vote. Here are our colors. I apologize that it makes them look very dark. Actually, what if I do this? If I set them up here, maybe the white background will help them look a little nicer. So these are the options. We'll put them in order. So baby blue, magenta, brown, red. Close enough. So those are the choices. So please vote. The votes do matter because you are choosing the colors for the project. Let me catch up on chat. So blue and yellow are the color of Boca Juniors. Matt or Diego, like Diego Maradona. I don't know who that is, but I will keep that in mind. And Matt, if you're enjoying the stream, you're welcome to drop a follow, and then you'll get notified for when I go live in the future. I thought we were supposed to suggest a combination of two colors. Nope, one color per square. Some people are afraid if their seat row in an airplane is the number 13, as if it's just their row that will get into an accident. I know, right? Like, only that row will crash. The rest of the airplane will be just fine somehow. I've gotten more in the habit of picking 13 as a lucky number instead. Okay, so week 2, this will be the pattern that we're doing next for week 2. It's kind of a floral looking pattern. There's an ad about to start because it finally notified me for once. So there's about 5 minutes left on the poll. If you haven't voted, please vote. It is really helpful to have your input. We've had 8 people vote, and there's more than 8 people here, so pretty please just pick one. There is no wrong answer. What else? What else? We're waiting for the poll, so I can't really do anything else with this for a few minutes. What else is going on? Tomorrow, I think tomorrow Dan is going to help me put up the pegboard above the other desk where my sewing machine goes, so I can have some storage. And I think I have an idea of what kind of shelving can go in the closet, even with the sliding doors. Because at first I was like, no, it's just not possible. But Matt Diaquito, thank you so much for the follow. I truly appreciate that. I picked the wrong answer, teal. You couldn't. There's no way. And if you make a choice and you're like, oh, but I wanted the other one, use your channel points or use bits to change your vote and vote for another one. Vote as much as you want or as much as you have channel points or bits for. Are all the squares just outlined with black and then one color inside? Yes. Yep. Each square is outlined with black. We'll show you the overall thing. So here is the overall for the whole year, how it's going to look. So each one is outlined in black. We could outline it in a different color, but I'm just going to go with black to keep it simple and give it continuity. The one in 2020 that I didn't do a fancy like outline border like this, but this year I figure why the heck not? And it gives us something to work on when there's extra time. There's no wrong answers, just happy mistakes. I suppose so. Especially here for the colors, because it really doesn't matter. Like, what if I should have put this up here first so we could see what matches against the green. So the dark green is here. So whichever one looks best next to it, vote for that one. If you think baby blue will look the best next to this, then vote for that one. I will say baby blue doesn't always show up the best on here. So like on this one, if you pick a blue that's really light, sometimes it's hard to see. Just throwing that out there. That's why I like this one as well for a reference, because some colors don't show up as well as others. And I know the battle is ready. I might just run it because I don't want to obstruct the poll. Or not the poll, I don't want to obstruct the options, the visibility of the options. So I'm starting the battle just without showing it. I suggested baby blue because I thought it would be combined with brown. I see, I see. So would you say that it was a mistake, Kapuli? Kapuli wants everyone to not vote for baby blue now that there's 15 seconds left to vote. It's very late, so I'm gonna go. Oh, Matt Diaguido, thank you for coming in. It was lovely to meet you and chat with you. Don't be a stranger. I hope we'll see you again soon. The next time I stream will be Sunday evening, so I hope we'll see you then. Have a great rest of your night, and thanks for stopping in. Yes, it works fine with black too. It does, it does. Really, everything does. Few seconds left, so any last votes, get them in right now. 5 seconds, 3, something. Baby blue wins. I don't think anyone was surprised by that. All right, so we'll do the baby blue. Let's pop over to here. And get these off the desk because they just can't get anything done with that in the way. When you have enough years, will you sew them together? That's interesting. I had not considered that. Probably not. Probably not. Most of the time people like to display them separately. So if anything, that's probably what I would do. I suppose sewing them together could work. Some of the designs, she gives options of like different layouts for the year-long design, and some of them are square-shaped. So if I had picked the square-shaped option, like she did a stitch along last year, the designer did, but I did not. I chose not to participate in that. So if I had done one last year and gone with a square layout, then I guess I could have gone for a square layout this time as well. And then I could, in theory, take two square layouts and sew them together and make like a pillow or something if I wanted to, but I don't usually like to do things like that with cross stitch. I was so far ahead in my mind that I already thought about a combination of 3 colors. I like that. I like that I like your commitment, Capuli, that you were not just one, but how about 3? Let's just take it all the way. I really appreciate that enthusiasm and that dedication. Thanks for that. I'm gonna open this vent. So then when the heat does come back on, I can be warmer because now I'm cold. But yeah, I never once considered sewing those together. I'm gonna also just turn up the heat a little bit. Come on. All right. Combination with a meaning too. Orange, green, and silver. I'm not sure. Can you guess what it is? I'm not sure. My first thought is like something related to the Irish, like a variation on the Irish flag, because that's green, orange, and white. Not in that order, but I don't think that's where you were going, so. Ah, mirepoix. Carrot, celery, and onion. Excellent. And of course it's food related. Is anyone surprised? Because I'm not. Okay, so these, we used like 2 strands out of 6, but I'm just gonna toss this because we have plenty of thread. So yeah. One day I will surprise you. Will you? Will you? You'll surprise me and your suggestion will not be food related? Kipoli, what did you have for dinner? Because I've been asking everybody what they ate for dinner. And if anyone is hanging out and you have not told me what you had for dinner or are planning to have for dinner, please tell me, because I want to know. Usually our chat is not so food oriented, but I don't know. I just have food on the brain today. What? I had it and I dropped it. You had bolognese sauce with tagliatelle pasta. I remember buying that. I was supposed to buy that for somebody back when I was doing Instacart. And I remember that I had to look it up because I didn't know off the top of my head what shape that was. And I still don't know what shape that is off the top of my head. And because I can't eat wheat, so I have to eat like gluten-free pasta and stuff, which it tastes the same. But there's a whole lot less styles of pasta, and I really miss it. Like, I love bow tie pasta. Not even anything complicated. I fucking love bow tie pasta. Like, in the summertime, I love to make like a quick combination of like different veggies with some, I don't know, a little bit of cheese and stuff like that. And bow tie pasta is perfect for that. But they don't make any gluten-free bow tie pasta, and that really sucks. Okay, so this will start 1 square over. And in 1. They're long, flat strips. What? Can you post a link to that? I would like to see that. Wait, what is this? I don't know what the best way is to do this. So when you start, it's good to bury the tails of your thread because then it will not unravel. So always a little bit more careful at the start. And this one might be harder for y'all to see as I work on it because baby blue, like I said, it doesn't show up as well. Wait. Oh, that's already inside. Okay. You had Chinese beef and vegetables. What made it Chinese and not Chinese food? There's now a picture in the live chat channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Which I will check momentarily. Or I guess what makes it fake Chinese instead of actual? This is not the most efficient way to do this design. All right, let's take a look. Discord open. And show this food. Oh, it's not in food. Sorry. This one. Wait, that's just a big block of it. That's just a big block of it. That looks like fettuccine noodles. That just looks like fettuccine. What's the difference? I guess I can just look on one of those comparison websites that shows like all the pasta next to each other. Maybe that's what I need, because then I can compare them. Yeah, this one's difficult to show up. When I outline it with the black, that will help significantly. I'm gonna try doing this a different way. Oh no, there's a knot. Oh no. Oh no. I guess fettuccine and Thailand, they are the same. They just have different names and different parts of Italy. Oh, that's that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Huh. I was thinking it was like a totally different shape. Red syrup, what made your food like not real Chinese food? Wait, that's also not the way I wanted to do that. Fuck. I made a plan and I was following it and then I wasn't. Because there's a quick stitch like in the middle of the shape I'm making. This little thing. So I was trying to go about it in an efficient sort of way. that, and then back to the corner. I guess it was chop suey. Chop suey, that food invented in San Francisco. That Chinese food invented in San Francisco. Have any of you seen, there was this documentary, I guess, yeah, it was a documentary. It was a Netflix documentary a few years ago now, but it was called, I think it was called like Looking for General Tso or Searching for General Tso, like for General Tso's chicken, which is a super popular dish at American Chinese food places. And they were trying to figure out the origin of it. 1, 2, and then you go up. And then you go diagonal. And they were like interviewing all these people. And it was just interesting that there's like historians of sorts about this. And there was like people who are like, I don't know, like they collect takeout menus from Chinese food places like across the country and internationally, and like very old ones and all sorts of things. It's one of those things that like you didn't even know it was a thing until you watched the documentary, and then you're like, well, suppose there really is something for everyone. So they could say like, oh, well, General Tso's chicken didn't start showing up on restaurant menus until around this time in the 1900s. And they like narrowed it down to the point that like they thought it originated at some restaurant with a specific guy who came over from China or something. It's just a whole entire thing. Read the Wikipedia entry. Taoital is what it's called in the Bologna region. Is it Bologna, or is that pronounced Bologna in Europe? Because I just don't think that's the case. In Rome, there's a pasta called fettuccine that greatly resembles it. Makes sense. But they're both usually made of egg pasta dough. Yeah, which is like, that's what, like egg, flour, and salt, pretty much. I remember briefly making noodles with, like, I don't know, it was usually like a family friend or someone who was watching me, and they would make egg noodles and I would help them, and I always thought it was really fun. But we never made egg noodles at home. My family didn't really eat pasta growing up, which I thought was interesting. We ate a lot of, like, I don't know, bland Midwestern food because that's what my mom would cook. And turns out my mother is also autistic and a very, very picky eater. And she likes incredibly bland food. So that's what we ate. And I'm glad that my tastes have expanded throughout my life, because I just can't imagine that these days. Just a combo of vegetables. When you order from Chain's restaurant, they usually have beef and broccoli, cashew chicken. Yeah. Oh, you don't have a specific name of the dish. That's fair. That's fair. So then when you make that type of stuff at home, yeah, it doesn't really have a name, but it's in the vein of that type of dish. I get it. I get it. A few years ago, I say a few, but I'm sure it was like 5 years ago, because it was when we lived in the townhouse, which was at least 3.5 years ago. We made this thing. I think it was like a Pinterest. No, it didn't come from Pinterest. It came from Yumly. But it was like this Korean chicken meal. And Wait, which direction does that go? It was this like Korean chicken thing, and it was done in the Instant Pot so that you would like cook the chicken and the rice, I think, at the same time in the Instant Pot, and you'd use like the little grate thing that comes with the Instant Pot. I remember we made it and it was pretty straightforward, and we ate it and it was amazing. It was so good. But then later on, we're like, oh, that was amazing. Let's have more. Let's make it again. And then we tried to make it again and it was not good. I feel like whenever we try to make Asian food, it always happens that way. Like maybe once it will be good, but once having it come out good once is like the exception. But then the rest of the time when we try to make Asian foods, it just doesn't work out. We ended up just deciding like that we're too white to try and cook Asian food, and we like committed to never doing it ever again because it just more often than not it just doesn't work out, which is a shame. Yeah, that does not go out. There's one food that inspired me greatly when you saw a French cook make it on TV on a French channel. The onion, where you cut the bottom off to make a large flat surface, place it on a pan with butter and dried thyme, and then you finish in the oven. So it becomes soft and the bottom part becomes dark brown. But what do they do with the onion? Do they eat it just like that, or does it go into a bigger, does it go into an overall dish that's being prepared? That goes up 2 over 1 in 1 and 2. And then we'll go down 2. Trying this thing to be efficient in my stitching route, but we'll see if I get it or not. That way, and then we go down again. Down 2, and then diagonal. And then we basically retrace our steps. So you watch that and it was inspiring, but you've never done it. The onion is a side. Okay. Bri-Cortex 182, hello. What are you up to this time zone? How's it going? So nice of you to join us. I really love that Johnny can use emotes now. Sometimes it's the little things. It's gonna be really awkward when that gift sub runs out. French chefs do everything with so much joy and confidence. They're completely fearless. It's amazing to watch. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that I specifically watch a lot of French chefs. I don't watch a lot of cooking shows in general, at least not with the specific intention of doing that and learning things or whatever, but from what I have seen, I think that's probably true. And I will take your word for it otherwise. Let's do this way. And then we're going to do that same design, and I will try to make my stitches efficient again. There are very little or no professional cooking programs. None that are professional, meaning a show where the chef shows how something is done without any extra drama or fuss. I mean, what do you mean by extra drama or fuss? That part I'm not sure about. Bri-Cortex, what are you up to this evening? And what did you have for dinner? Or what are you planning to have for dinner? Because that is the question of the night. I'm stitching this this way. I don't know why I'm doing it that way, but it's working for me right now, so I'm just gonna stay with it. Okay, so we got that. We go over, we go down. It's not a chef competition or something like that, although those can be good too. Yeah, I wasn't thinking it was a competition. I was thinking just a regular cooking show where the chef is gonna prepare a meal and they come in and they show you or they tell you the ingredients, and usually these days they're like, the recipe is available on our website, blah, blah, blah. And then they go into prepping the ingredients. And they like chop like one vegetable and then they just pull the little bowl of pre-chopped vegetables out from the side. So that if you were trying to follow along, you actually cannot. Oh, this one's not diagonal. Wait. It goes down 2, then diagonal, over 2, and it has a point. Chef John from Food Wishes on YouTube. Could thank me later. What do you like about Chef John? There's a chef guy I followed on Twitch. I think I still follow him. Which isn't saying much because there are tons of food streamers, obviously, but he's like actually a professional chef. I mean, there's also plenty of streamers who are professional chefs, so, you know, never mind. Did you finish the snail you were crocheting? No, Red Syrup, I have not finished that. I'm going to keep working on it. I've been working on it since October. I get really depressed. Well, I've been depressed for a while now because, you know, multi-year pandemics do that to everybody. But the first Monday of the new year, I went and got me some brain pills to help with all that. And, I mean, seems to be helping somewhat, but we'll find out for sure in a few weeks. I will officially, like, sit down and think about it and decide how I feel. But I just didn't really work on it for a long time. But the actual body of the snail is almost done. There's only a few rows left on that. And then I'll move on to the shell or whatever part is next. But for the stitch along, I went ahead and started that because it is a whole year-long thing. And it's just 1 square per week. But I wanted to, you know, get it started since we're already two weeks behind on that. Fluky Flit, welcome, friend. Nice of you to join us. What did you have for dinner? That's the question I'm asking everybody. Yeah, there's lots of good stuff on YouTube. Oh, you've already been subscribed to Chef John for years. Nice. The coffee cake you made was from him. Excellent. I guess I'm the only one who doesn't know about amazing Chef John. I'm just trying to think who the one is that I was thinking of. The one I'm thinking of that I've seen on Twitch, it was just because it said Chef John. It's Chef John Reed. He's entertaining sometimes. I just get gift subs from there. To, like, you know, gift subs from the channel I wasn't watching. On TV, they're harder to find. Yes. When I was a kid, I liked watching cooking shows on Saturday morning. Like, they're Saturday morning cartoons. But if you wait a little bit... Oh no, I fucked up. So this one, again, you guys picked Baby Blue. And I warned you it would be hard to show up. But see how this one is 2 across? I made this one 3 across. So I gotta go take out all of that. He's a former pro chef. I gotcha. Let me scroll up. Sorry, I was missing things. The Legendary Iron Chef from Japan was a fantastic show. Yes! The, like, original Iron Chef. I love that show. Chef John is a chef who puts up YouTube videos how to make great restaurant grade food. Excellent. He's very straightforward. I like that. So former pro chef, got it. He used his trick to prevent a baked cheesecake from cracking. And the key is to let it cool down inside the warm oven. Yeah, I've heard that is key to keeping it from cracking. Yeah, Chef de Party, he works at a 5-star restaurant as well. That's one of the ones I was thinking of when I was saying, like, yeah, there are several who do that. Undo. I don't know. I did not used to watch cooking streams. Maybe because I just hadn't found any that I liked. But these days, I was gonna say, these days I watch more cooking streams than I do crafting streams, but I also, like, don't watch a lot of streams in the first place. I've been watching more recently while I was, like, on break, but once school starts, I'm assuming I will go back to not watching very many because my bandwidth for such things will be lower. All right, I think that's where I went wrong, because we do 2 and then we go up. All right. Thread, needle, there we go. Ah, no, stay, shit. Excellent. Culinary Rewind is a good cooking channel. I'm not sure if you finished. I was not awake for the whole stream. You're fine, you're fine. No, I have not finished it. I got a lot done that stream. That was a very productive crochet session. I'm very pleased with the progress. I will keep working on it though, and it will also appear on stream more because crocheting that segment was a lot easier to do on stream because it was just like continuous rounds. I didn't have to count how many stitches I was doing. I just needed to mark the end of each round. I'm not sure if she's a professional chef, but they are a cool streamer. Cooking streams have to have fairly high production values to make them good. At least 3 cameras, etc. Yeah. Which is also why I have avoided doing one, because, yeah, good production value matters. And so I worry about that. Because I don't feel like I have good production value. Because I know, obviously, we need, like, the overall camera that shows me, the person. I'm thinking about, like, what camera angles do I need when I inevitably do this cooking stream? We'll need the overall camera angle that shows me. And then we'll want one over, like, where things are being chopped. This one goes up to, yes. And then after that, what do you have? Do you have, like, no, I did this wrong again. Fuck. Baby blue is hard to see. This one goes to a point, and it's only 2. We go up this way. We have one over, like, the chopping area. I assume one on the stove if you're using the stove. And then past that, I don't know, but if you're not really using the stove, then that's a bit trickier. Wait, I'm wrong. She was a professional pastry chef. Ooh, pastry. Pastry is so impressive. Like, fancy, proper-ass pastry is so cool. Food streams are a great place to learn how to cook. They are. As long as you're cool with asking questions, no matter how good or bad you think the question is. And I wish more people were comfortable with asking questions because, like, a lot of things you'll never know unless you ask. And most of the time, especially in the streaming universe, like, people generally are pretty happy to answer questions because you're live streaming. People don't live stream with the intention of not interacting with anyone, you know? Like, if someone is live streaming, they want to interact with you, the audience, so do that person a favor and ask them questions. Like, it's just how it works. You don't need high production value, you have basil. We have the herb and the cat, but basil is not allowed in the cooking the streams because if she starts jumping on the counter, that's a problem. And I'm gonna be real upset about it. Let's do this thing. And I'm just gonna let it run. Wait, that's the wrong side of the needle. Hold up. She focused on recipes from the 50s and 60s, hence the rewind. Oh, that's really cool. My knowledge of 50s and 60s pastry recipes is definitely minimal because when I think of 50s and 60s, my brain automatically goes to the whole, like, what can we combine in a Jell-O mold with meat? That whole awful trend. My favorite YouTube chef lately is Chef Jean-Pierre. Is he French by chance with that name? Chef John is also a formal professional pastry chef. Oh, neat. Oh, John Reed. Oh, okay. All right. I knew he was a professional chef. I don't remember the specifics because I haven't actually sat down and watched his channel in a while. Can be entertaining. There's these little squares on the side, and I almost forgot them. I'll set that there so then people can kind of see what I'm working with, but the thing with these patterns for black work is that you kind of get to a point where you know the pattern, and you kind of just get into a rhythm with it. 69 Tipsy. Hey, Fluky has a food fetish if you can't tell. Yeah, him and Capuli both. How are you doing tonight? 69 Tipsy, welcome in. Welcome in. We are doing some black work stitching. I went up and I go over 2. 1, 2. Then we go up. Wait. Ah, no. So this one is diagonal. That's why I keep getting messed up. Okay. Here's why. Because on this, I went and did this one. Then I moved over to this one where it goes over 2 to a point and goes up with the diagonal and over. Then I went up, it goes over 2 and it goes up on the diagonal, not on the point. Ridiculous. What? This is a long message. I almost missed it. You walked Chicago Vin video. I wondered why you didn't marinate the chicken in wine for 24 hours. His explanation was that when he owned a restaurant in America and he served wine marinated chicken, people kept sending the food back because the chicken was purple. So he stopped doing it. Oh my gosh. Oh, she also says aprons. All right. Jelly and hot dogs. Oh, like the meat in the Jell-O mold? Yeah, it's all gross. Ever heard of Dylan Hollis on TikTok? I don't do anything on TikTok, so I have no idea. I've made exactly 2 TikTok videos. One of them is really dumb and it's about sweater shavers. And then the other one I'm really proud of and it's really nice and it's like actual ASMR. All right, this one's on the diagonal, so I don't want to mess that up. And there's a link to the TikTok in my about if anyone's really dying to see it. It's just really nice. So if you really want to relax, there's like a 60-second relaxation thing. Doing well. Yeah, we're good here. What are you up to tonight? 69 Tipsy. It's a pretty nice username. Although I'm sure everyone says that. I need to pay better attention to what I'm doing. So this went in here, which is where on the other side? All right, yeah, we got ahead of ourselves. 1, 2, go up, 2, and then over. Your birthday is over, sad face. Oh, because the clock changed to the next day. Oh my gosh. It's still your birthday until you go to bed, Cage. Oh, I didn't finish that battle thinger. Oops. On to the next. Oh, that's the final one of that. Neat. What great timing. Oh, we want stuff in this area. Hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up. Don't place your stuff here. Why? Doesn't matter. Do what you want then. Do what you want. We're watching food and drink streamers and you. I'm not a food and drink streamer, so I feel special. Which leaf am I? Oh, I'm on that one. Oh no. I am not a food and drink streamer. People ask me about a food stream or a cooking stream. Kept coming up, so I figured do one at some point. Whenever we meet the goal, I will do one. And the plan is that I'm going to make quiche. And I forget what kind of pie that is that Fluky shared the recipe for, but that one as well. Miss Al Magnet, hi. Hello, friend. How are you? Oh no, we gotta go backwards on this. So chat picks the colors for these, and chat picked baby blue, which is really hard to see. And I said I was streaming 8 to midnight, but I did start a little bit late. So we'll go until I finish this square, obviously. And we have this other battle to do, so you know, we'll make it work. Like makers and crafter, I are one. What kind of things do you like to make and or craft? And or cook? Cold and tired, glad to be home. Wait, no, I was gonna ask if today was your Friday or anything like that, but you usually are off at the beginning of the week, so never mind. I'm alright. Just hanging out. School starts on Monday. I have been telling people, I will keep telling people, my stream schedule will be changing. We cannot do Wednesday night streams this semester because I have a class on Wednesday evenings from like 6:30 to 8:30, and then I'm guessing there's gonna be maps to be made after that, and I need to like focus on that stuff. So Wednesday streams are out. I also have a class from like 6:30 to 8 on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. So I'll have to figure something out. I'm not quite sure yet which way we're gonna go with that. I cut gems, turquoise mostly. Wow, that's very specific, but also very interesting. I knew of one streamer that did gem cutting, and people were like gaga about their stream, and they were like super not my cup of tea, which is fine. No one is for everyone, but that's really cool. Tipsy, do you stream any of that or not so much? It is your Monday. Oh, okay. You were not happy to go in tonight. Oh, I bet. Were you not happy to go in just because it's like your Monday? Or is it like especially shitty outside? Because I know for me, that always makes a difference. This one goes up diagonal and it goes up 2. That's 2, it goes to the point. Wait, what? I think I found an expression that doesn't have a word in English. Oh dear. I'm not surprised though. Or then the dictionary failed. What's the adjective for a person who sees the trouble of doing something instead of saying they can't be bothered? Oh, like instead of saying they can't be bothered to do the thing, they just point out like reasons why that thing is difficult. Yeah, I guess that would be like a pessimist. A pessimist would be the opposite of an optimist. So they could be a pessimist. Or they would just be a person who makes excuses. I mean, I know people have said I've been that person before. So people might say a person who makes excuses or something. I don't know. No, a person who does do the thing. Oh, a go-getter? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. So the person who just does the thing instead of complaining about why they can't. I don't know. Yeah, I'd probably call them like, I guess go-getter is also like a slang or colloquialism too, though. You have highlights up if you want to check them out. I might do that. Why turquoise over other things? A housewife. Got him. Passive aggressive? Fine, I'll just do it. I mean, maybe that's both. Is the passive aggressive might just be the combination of the two. But anyway, I'm trying to muster the energy to pick up a package from the post office. It's been there for 3 days. I believe in you. You can do it. And there's going to be a reward for their effort of going to the post office. And the reward, clearly, is that you get the thing that's in the package. Unless it's like light bulbs or something completely utilitarian and boring that you ordered, so it's not even a surprise. There's one more stitch on this. Nah, fuck. Wait, so that goes there. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. There's like not enough thread. I mean, there is. It's not the right spot for that stitch. Get back here. Okay, I'm gonna yank out the last one. And I will just use a new piece of thread to avoid any of that issue. Is it cold outside? Yeah, I'm assuming so. Kapuli lives in Finland, so I would wager that it is in fact cold. Finnish verb vitsia translates to bother or care to, and it can be turned into the adjective, something I don't want to try and pronounce. It contains some of my own oh my god, you wow. To test the merchandise. I suppose that makes sense. I'm just surprised that you did, considering once again that you don't stream, but you made your own, you bothered and made the effort to sign up for the Streamlabs Prime thing so you could have a better user experience on the website, and then you proceeded to make your own merch. Like next level ridiculous. I think chat picked light baby blue because they wanted to make me go blind. Kapuli picked it thinking it was going with another color, which it wasn't. But everybody else went with it. 1, 2, that's this way. 18F in Ohio. I don't know how cold it is here at the moment. I'd have to look. I think today the high was upper 30s. I don't know. I haven't been outside in a while because I like to go for walks. My partner does not. And so I don't like to go for walks by myself. And just anchoring this thread underneath some other threads. Well, maybe. Hopefully. Because that way you don't have to put knots in the back. I always strive to have clean backs when I stitch, but sometimes the universe just has other plans. Like this one, the first square we did, that looks like shit. This one looks a little bit better because I'm making a conscious effort to try, but it's not great. -8. Oh, geez. That is cold. Wow. And you are security, so you have to like go outside and do all sorts of stuff. That sucks. Miss L works, she works in security at a ski resort. Is it a ski resort? I think it's a ski resort based on the pictures that show the ski slopes in the background. Yeah, I had to test it, but I also wanted the mug with the picture from your hike. Oh. I don't know if I saw that one when you sent me the website. Your husband doesn't go on walks with you either. It drives me crazy. I know. It's so dumb and it's good exercise. Which he's like, walking is a stupid form of exercise, which like, yeah, it is. I'm not going on a walk specifically like because it's great exercise. Like, that's not the point. I'm going for a walk because it's just a good way to get out of the house and move your body around when you're cooped up inside all the time. It's a good way to move your legs when you're sitting at a desk a lot. Things like that. Down and then go do a diagonal. I wouldn't even go out of the house if it's -8. Oh yeah, me either. You have a walking trail 5 minutes from your house. It stretches for 30 miles. So I don't know what this, and I don't know what this stretch looks like. Wait, what do you mean what this stretch looks like? Like, you don't know what the 30-mile stretch looks like, or are you talking about a different one? Yeah, you have to work in those because security doesn't get a break. She's got to keep the tourists safe. Oh, Miss L, in Vermont, do people in Vermont really call visitors from other places Flatlanders? Because I've been reading my way through all the books available by Chris Bohjalian, who wrote The Flight Attendant, and I don't know, I get bored, so I just read all of one author's books. And like almost all of his books are set in Vermont because he lives in Vermont. And so sometimes there's like weird little like Vermont things like that, and I wonder like how much truth there is to that. The mug is there, but now it's on a timer to be deleted since I already have it. Oh, weird. Well, I'll have to make an effort to look for it. I'll have to go back to that link and take a look. I don't know what the section of trail near their house looks like because you haven't gotten to it yet. Oh, I gotcha. Because you moved not too long ago, like I did. But your husband doesn't want to go for walks with you. Like my person doesn't want to go with me either. So you haven't gotten to explore the areas around your new house. I completely relate. Maybe in the more remote areas. Yeah, mostly you call the visitors in the fall the leaf peepers. Yeah, makes sense. I'm trying to think of like which areas of Vermont, because it's not that big of a state, but which areas he keeps talking about. I don't know, there was like a big lake. There are some big lakes, or I don't know if they were big, but there were some specific lakes that kept getting mentioned in some of his books, but the names are Is there a lake like M for Magog, or it sounds like that because I do audiobooks, so I don't know how it's spelled. Oh, wait, no, don't go up there. Go down, go up here. I'll reveal his secret, but only this once. The store is in a panel in my Twitch About page. No need to look for the link. Amazing. I love it. I love that. What character from her book, TV, or film is most similar to you? Oh, geez. That's a heck of a question. I don't think I've ever thought about it. There was, wait, there was like a Facebook quiz, not quiz thing, but like maybe a quiz, like one of those Facebook things that went around a few years ago that was like, which character from book, TV, movie are you most like? And people would like make a collage of the 3 characters and post it. I'm trying to think. I know what 2 of them were. This was a while ago, so I don't know that it's really accurate anymore. I have no idea who I would pick. You've been to ski resorts and never worked at one. Yeah. It's a pretty specific thing. Lake Champlain. Yeah, that one is mentioned in some of the books. Like Willoughby. I don't think that one was mentioned. Anyway, Fluky's question is far more entertaining, so if people have answers on that, go for it. Fluky, did you tell us what you ate for dinner? Because I was asking people that earlier. And the like Facebook thing that was going around before, I think 2 of the pictures I used was like, one of them was like Anne of Green Gables, and one of them was the character of Abby Lockhart from ER. I don't remember the logic behind some of these. And I don't remember what the 3rd one was, but this was a while ago. So I would put no value on any of that. Your steak and onion stir fry looked amazing. Oh yeah, because Pilot looked at my Instagram story. There is onion, mushroom, saute, sizzle sounds, and video ASMR on my Instagram story right now from the steak dinner that we ate tonight. That was delicious. Thank you for noticing, Pilot, and thanks for saying something. I appreciate that. I like to think I post interesting things, but hardly anyone sees them, so I really never know. You fish at Lake Champlain. That's cool. The world is pretty small. So this skips 1 right here. You have red chili brisket enchiladas with cotija cheese and crema. Wow. Cotija cheese? I don't know. What is that? What kind of music do you listen to? All sorts of things. Depends on the day and my mood and stuff. I don't know, actually, because I also have had a problem recently. I don't know if it's really a problem, but like sometimes I find myself wanting to like find new music or listen to new music or something, or listen to something different. And it like, how do you find new music? Because I have wanted to find new music recently and I can't. Like, I don't know where to look or something. I don't know. It's like a weird problem to have, I guess. I listen to a lot of different things, but I don't ever know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. I think my Spotify profile is linked in my Discord profile, So that would probably tell you some things that I was listening to. I don't know if that's helpful. I'm sorry I don't have a good answer. Like a Mexican crumbly Parmesan. I would eat that. The weather's choppy. Didn't do well. Can't win them all. Yeah, there's nothing in between there. Okay. It was in early May, so it's still chilly. Yeah, early May, we get frost sometimes. Sometimes I go asking people to give me an album to listen to. I see people do that, and then that gets, I don't know, I think that gets tricky too, because then you get like so many suggestions, and it can be overwhelming. If that makes sense. I'm mostly thinking, like, again, another Facebook example. Why are these Facebook examples coming up? I don't know, because I am never on Facebook. But like, people would be like, tell me about new music to listen to, and they like, it's like 100 comments. So like, how do you even begin to wade through that? It's just too much, man. All right, so this second square is done. It's done. Yay. Baby blue, chat. That's what you got. It'll be a little bit more visible once we do the outline. Just gotta secure the back a little bit. Which I basically weave it through and it ends up in a knot of sorts, but I don't like to have actual knots on the back because it prevents the piece from laying flat in the end. This back, it's not so bad. It's one of my prettier backs for this square because I'm weird and I like to have a clean back of my stitching projects. Where are scissors? Scissors are here. They launch out at 6:30 a.m. Yeah, that's a lot. That was one of the things I never liked about fishing, is like, it's always like ass crack of dawn. Like, no thanks, I'd rather sleep. Crap, you made the same mistake again. You're out of coffee beans and it's Saturday morning. Ordering more will take 4 days longer. Kapuli, is it possible to leave your dwelling place and, you know, go to the store yourself and pick up some coffee beans within like an hour of needing them? Yes, Kapuli, go to the store. Go to the store. You can do it. I know pandemics made a lot of us like semi-agoraphobic. I will readily admit that that's has kind of become a problem sometimes, but that makes it even more important to force yourself to leave the fucking house. We played Codenames with a group the other day, and it was fun. Oh, I'm so glad. Was it like a random group of people? Because I always wondered if a game like that could still, like, I wonder if a game like that would still be fun with randoms instead of just like friends and people you know. So you need 3 hours to probe the button stuff. Gross. Agoraphobic, that's like someone who has a phobia, like an unfounded fear or extreme anxiety about leaving their home or leaving a specific radius. In TV and movies, and traditionally, it generally means someone who will not leave their house. But there are variations. Like when I was growing up, my best friend's mom, like we lived in a very small town in Illinois with like 5,000 people, and her mother would not leave town. There was like a certain border on the outside of town that she would not cross. It was very specific and very strange. Although she did leave town once when one of the grandkids was born, but she did not drive. And I don't remember, I don't know, I don't think there was a specific like trauma back in the day that caused her to stop wanting to go anywhere. I think she just literally grew up in the town and literally like never wanted to leave. I don't know. I never overthought about it. You could always call ahead. You can call ahead, and yeah. You get them from the roastery. Kapuli, is it also possible that you could have a different coffee bean on this day and everything would still be all right? I know that's a little bit weird, like me, the autistic person, saying, like, what if you tried something different? But sometimes I make an effort to go with the thing that's good enough. And sometimes it works out. I did that actually like a month or so back with chicken strips. I was out of the chicken strips I usually would buy. The store was out of them. So Dan was at the store and he was texting me. He was like, here's pictures of what they have instead. Which one do you want? So I picked the one that was a larger bag by weight, and the price was actually cheaper. And now those are my favorite. The ones that were good enough are now my go-to chicken strips, because it turns out that the chicken strips in the new bag are like uniformly sized. So it actually is way better. Whereas the old ones that I used to get were completely inconsistent. Start craving Metal Breakdown. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I shall not pass. I have trouble leaving the house, but I can eventually do it. See, sometimes it's hard, but I think those are the times when it's most important to force yourself to go. Your plan is to buy coffees that's good enough from the market when you get the package. That's a great plan. Yes, back up. And then keep it on hand. Put it in the freezer. Keep it on hand. Just in case. Yes. That makes sense. Google's how to make cold coffee. Iced coffee. I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't really drink coffee, so I don't know all the specifics, but I think it's basically you make coffee and then you like put it in a pitcher or a jar or something, and you let it hang out, and you just pour it when you want it. Start craving Metal Breakdown. How was your stream? What? Please check out their page. They make really awesome stuff, and they're a super lovely human being. Mel, thank you for the sub. What the heck, man? Thank you. That, like, means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Did you do a 3-month chunk, dude? What the fuck? Thank you. Also, Metal, we're having a movie night tomorrow night, if this interests you. We are watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail tomorrow night. That is taking place in Discord at 8 p.m. Central. So if anyone shows up to this Twitch channel, you will get nothing, because it is happening once again in Discord. And that is for anyone who would like to join us, but again, you must be in the Discord server. There's a link for that. If anyone isn't and wants to be, you can. All we ask is that you say your pronouns when you join.
Black and white, clear as crystal. You get
Nothing.
Thank
you.
Good day, sir.
Oh, I forgot about the good day, sir. That's like actually the best part. Thank you for that. Savory Pancake, hello, welcome in. It was weird and quiet because I was playing Minecraft. I never game on stream. Sometimes it can be. Games are, if you do not normally play games on stream, changing it up and suddenly playing games on stream, it can be quiet and lonely because people know you for the thing you usually do. Look at these goosebumps. People know you for the thing they know you for. So that then if you're like, oh, I'm playing games, then it's less interesting. I used to play games on stream, at least sometimes. On Wednesdays, I would play a game. Then I got out of that habit, just I think because of school and having other stuff going on. And now I am nervous or anxious about doing that again because I I know that for myself, engaging with people and friends in chat, it is much more difficult to do when playing a game versus crafting, making things, etc. And so I would like to play games on stream again. I just wish that I was better at engaging with chat while doing so. So that might be most of the reason why I have not made it an effort to do that again after taking a break from it. Whether that is good or bad, I don't know. I don't remember this part of the movie. It's at the end. It's at the end after Mike TV gets sucked up into the TV and everything, and Charlie's the only kid left. And then he and the grandpa go to Mr. Wonka's office, and they're talking about things, and I forget the specifics of this, what brings on that outburst, but maybe Grandpa Joe like asks a question about something or something, I don't know. And that makes Willy Wonka upset. And he's like, well, if you don't want that, then fuck off, good day. You get nothing. I think that's the gist of it. I guess I ought to rewatch the movie to find out. That would be a fun movie for a movie night. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the old one. Anybody? Anybody? What? I was trying to make it work and cleared up some problems. So productive. Hey, good to hear. Always good to make your acquaintance. Likewise, sir. Are you stitching a QR code? I am not. I am not. One sec, and I will tell you what I'm doing. It's a stitch along, a year-long stitch along. Let's do this. And we'll do this and come back here. So I just like this. This is a stitch along I did in the year 2020. It's a rectangle and hard to hold up. So the designer of the stitch along, do this way so my noisy hair doesn't obstruct the microphone. And I'll catch up on chat too. I'm sorry. In the year 2020, I did this stitch along. And it is black work, which is a type of stitching where it's just straight stitches instead of X's. She released one square every week. There's 52 rectangles and squares and stuff on here. And it was a lot of fun. It was really enjoyable. I did not participate in the 2021 version. I took a very long break from cross stitch needlepoint on purpose. I was a bit burned out on it, not because of this stitch along, but because of the very large Australian baby sampler that I made for my best friend. But this year I thought it'd be fun to get back into it and do the stitch along on stream and have chat pick the colors. So that's what we are working on tonight. You're getting some sleep, Cage. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. And happy birthday again. I do have stream readers. That's another thing. I'm bringing back stream readers. I've been thinking about it for a little while, but I am bringing it back. It will not be on every single stream, but for streams where I'm sitting here at the desk, I really don't mind it. We can play it on those streams, but like if I'm over at the sewing desk, I'm probably not going to run it because I don't want to get up and have to come over here every 30 fucking minutes. You're playing with OBS, NDI to get the laptop to work with my streaming PC. What is NDI? So, wait. Metal, were you saying like to get it so you could use your laptop and your streaming PC like in tandem at the same time during one stream? Because if that's a thing, I'd love to know about it. What? Grandpa was a piece of shit. I can't walk until you get money. There's more to it than that. Aurel, you knew. Welcome in. Hello. A neat idea. Yeah, it is neat. I like it. It's just something simple. And I like doing polls. So at least we get to have a poll every time to pick the color for the next square, which is also helpful for me because I'm not great at saying like deciding all of that, and I really did not want to pick out 52 different colors for this. So I figure what we did tonight, we did both of these tonight. I asked people to suggest some colors, and so we had like 3 options for the first one, and then we did a poll and chat voted. I think the options were, they were royal blue, dark green, and a rich yellow. And dark green won, naturally, because everyone here likes green the best. Almost everyone. And then we did the same thing for the second square. And I think, if I remember, the options for that one were baby blue, medium brown, a bright red, and magenta. And chat picked baby blue, which it doesn't show up the best, but once I stitch the outline, it will certainly help. It's exactly what you were doing. What? The laptop plays the game and sends a screen grab to the streaming PC. Splits the processing so one machine doesn't have to do it all. Oh. Do they have to be connected by a cable, or is there a way to do that wirelessly? Because I am very interested in this. Or if you followed like a thing from a website that was like, here's how to do it, I would love to get that link from you, sir. I need that in my life. I'm trying to like improve things on this stream here for all of you. But some of it just takes time, and some of it is me learning how to do things, which takes a lot of time. And it's not always so easy. Yeah, that sounds excellent. That's something that, like, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't have even thought was possible, or I wouldn't have even known to search for that. And if I did, I wouldn't know what words to use. Over a wired network it's best, but it will work over Wi-Fi. Oh, let's use it for multi-cameras using old iPhones. Yes, if you have a link that like outlines how to do this, please throw that in chat so I can have that. That sounds excellent. I can do wired connections. Like my computer right here has a wired connection, and we have plenty of very long network cables because when I was streaming from the garage at the old rental house, we dragged a very long network cable out to the garage to hook up the laptop. And there is a very long network cable going from the router in the dining room all the way up the stairs into this room for my computer because, well, we haven't gotten around to the big effort, the very big, tedious, grueling effort of snaking network cables through the walls in our new house. I also don't have any grounded outlets in this room yet, so my computer and everything else is run off of a, like, I don't know, like industrial gauge, whatever it is, extension cord, which is plugged in the bathroom because that's the closest grounded outlet. 1963 for you. Savory pancake and metal. What did you eat for dinner? So that's what we're asking everybody. This is a bit close to the, I don't know. I don't know what that part of the hoop is called. The handle? Something. So it's tricky to get the stitch in there. But yeah, I said that I was going 8 to midnight, but I started a little bit late. So I'm ending a little bit later, which I don't mind. I don't mind going over what I said, but I'm trying to do better at starting when I say I will start. And I set an end time, and it can be my prerogative to go past that. But the point is that I'm setting limits, which is good for me and good for the stream. And all around, it's just better that way. Send you some resources. I'll probably tomorrow because your pillow is calling. Oh, for sure. A penny pasta with a fennel sausage and a nice marinara and mozzarella. That sounds also delicious. Yes, absolutely. Get some sleep, sir. Thank you for the raid and thank you for the sub. I don't know if I have you on Discord, but I can find you. I'll find you on Discord and I'll send you a message. And that way you can have a place to send me that stuff. Ah, or that. Yep, we have a Discord. You're welcome to join there. When you click that button, it will take you to the pronouns channel. So all we ask is that you set your pronouns by using the reaction roles. Lesbians, hello, friend. How are you tonight? Thread. Go through the needle. There we go. Doing well. Yeah, I'm all right. Just hanging out. Why does your name start with an I instead of an L? I'm sure everyone asks you this, but I'll just ask you because I don't know the answer. Just hanging out, putting some borders on these first squares of the stitch along. I really don't know what to do about midweek streams. I thought it was cool and tried to be funny, I guess. All right. And let's see, how long ago was that? Oh, January. Oh, today is your 1-year Twitch birthday. Your account was created January 14th of 2021. Did you realize that? Did you realize that today is your cake day? Happy Twitch cake day. I had no idea. Yeah, I happened to click because you said like, oh, I thought it'd be funny. And I was like, what? How long ago did you make that decision? And exactly 1 year ago today. That's amazing. Anakin, shh. In some time zones, it's not the 15th yet, so you know. I only made it because I lost access to my previous account. Oh, that sucks. How did you lose access to that? Miss L's going to bed. Good night. Good night, friend. It was lovely to have you stop in. I hope your upcoming work shifts are kind to you. So sleep well. We'll catch you later. When was my account created? Anakin, you can click on anyone's name in the chat and it will tell you, unless you're on mobile. If you're on mobile, it will not. Your account was created September 6th of 2012. Holy shit. Jesus. Was that like Justin TV era? That was like 10 years ago. Yeah, 2012. Now we're in 2022. That's coming up on 10 years, man. I think it's a bug. Are you using a web browser, or are you on mobile, or how are you looking at stuff? Tornado will be freezing as well, and it's dumping snow. Oh my gosh. Be safe out there. That's bonkers. You're in a browser. Are you using, I mean, it should show up. I don't know. I don't have the browser open right now, but I was just clicking in the OBS app. But even in a web browser, it should. And pause. If I click on your name, yeah, it says the same thing. So I don't know. If I click in OBS, if I click on mine, it also lets me see it. If you go, well, yeah, it shouldn't make a difference whether you're in the chat or in the user list. Yeah, I did that. I clicked on my own name in OBS in the chat user list, and it shows me, says account created September 6th of 2020, which is correct. So I don't know. That is weird that it doesn't show you. Try it on the browser. I did. Well, I will try it again on the browser. Users in chat. If I click on mine in the browser, it also shows me the same thing and shows when it was created. You can also try, I don't know if that works. I know in some channels you could do like !account age and then type the username. I don't know if that works in my own chat because I've never tried it, so I don't know if Johnny knows that command. That is weird. I mean, it could be some weird glitch because your account is very old. That's very impressive. Yeah, I can see that on anybody's that I click on, so I'm not sure. That is really weird, though. When did it switch from, well, I was thinking, like, when did it switch from Justin TV? And when was Justin TV born anyway? Are you sure you see the birthday cake? Yes, I am. Do you want me to take a screenshot and put it in Discord? Because I will do that for you. If that's what you would like. It's weird too that there isn't, and I don't think there's anywhere else to see that information in Twitch, like in your account settings. I don't know if there's a place to see that. No, okay, I don't need to set a screenshot for you. All right then. Fine, then I won't. One border complete. No, well, it came unthreaded, so I guess I will leave that one at that. We'll snip it. Clean up some of these threads before we go and do the other border. Yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna snip that anymore because I might get myself in trouble. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't show up. Look how clean it looks with that border. But of course, the camera doesn't want to focus. It looks so sharp. I like that. So I will stick around a bit more, and I will do the outline for the second square. So then we're in a very good position for the upcoming week. I'm not sure where to set my pronouns, but I'll figure it out when I've had some rest. Yeah, no worries. It's basically the only channel that you can see in the Discord. There should be a pop-up that tells you, like, here's what to do here. Like, here's what to do in this server. And it should say, direct you to there. But yeah, if you just look on the left side, it's basically the only channel there. I'll just, Metal, if you have a second, let me pull it up and I'll just show you. Window capture. Discord, okay. So here is Discord. Wow, that's very large. So if you scroll up to the top, there's this channel that says pronouns. And you would go here, go to the top of that channel. And there's this list, and you would just pick whichever of these, you would click on whichever of these goes with your pronouns. So if you're using he, him, you click on the clown. I mean, I picked the emote, so. Easy peasy. Exactly, exactly. I try not to make it too complicated, so that is the way to do it. And look at that, you got it. Well done, well done. Yeah, and so whenever you have those resources, you can just throw those in, I don't know, entertainment or live stream or wherever. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. High score, thanks. Thanks, you're so complimentary. I appreciate that. Who is Tyson? Someone who tried to hop in the server, but they didn't set their pronouns or anything, so I have no idea who that person is. Neat. Teach all guy. Take care. Yes. Sleep well. We'll see you soon. So I don't know who that is. Oh, they did just a few minutes ago. So if your username in Discord is Tyson, can you speak up? Oh, it's your oldest. She logged into my computer on her Discord. I gotcha, I gotcha. So I should just remove that. Thanks for letting me know. I'll just delete that one. Delete them and yeet them. Oh, there they are. She is cool too, though. Yeah, that's fair. We do have a fairly strict 18+ policy, and if that's not the person who will be using that actual person won't really be using their account or anything, I'm just gonna go ahead and remove it. So then we have you in there, which is what was intended, but yeah. No worries either way. Yeah. Sometimes when I'm like going to pull the stitch up and I'm moving my hand from underneath, stupid fingers get in the way and they accidentally pull the loop of thread on the back, and then it like unthreads the needle, and it's a whole thing. And it's kind of annoying, to be honest. High score, what are you up to? I'm always curious, like, what people are doing when they're hanging out in the stream, because for me, I don't know, I don't lurk very well. Sometimes it's because it's a channel I genuinely enjoy, and they're like people I'm friends with, so I want to chat with them. But also, if I'm like lurking in a channel and then trying to actively do something else on my computer, sometimes like that person in their stream talking or whatever, sometimes it's really distracting. It's sort of like how I can only listen to audiobooks while I'm like, I like to listen to audiobooks and do other things, but I can only do other things if they do not involve, wait, why is that there? Ugh, optical illusions, okay. But I can only do activities while listening to an audiobook that like don't involve counting or reading too many things, you know? So like I can play games on my phone, I can cross stitch, I can crochet. Sometimes crocheting while listening to an audiobook is tricky if it's something that involves a lot of new rows and counting and stuff. But crochet is usually okay. But like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example, and so of course, because I'm trying to think of an example, I can't. Oh, but that's part of the reason that crochet can be tricky, is that I'll have to count how many stitches I did in a round or something. And that can get tricky because I'll have to like pause my audiobook to make sure that I can count properly. Cypher's knitting. What knitting are you working on? Are you still doing the sweater or something else? Sometimes I have over 10 streams open simultaneous. Yeah, simultaneously. You just mute all but one. Yeah, that makes sense. Yesterday, I was hanging out in his stream while I was doing some stuff on the computer, and it's a streamer I really, really like. And normally, they're very chill. They do a lot of crochet, and they're really chill. But I haven't been in their stream in a while, and she has added a bunch of new things, and she has a lot of like Hive Train incentives and things like that. And she also like has a pretty big audience. She's been around for quite a while. But there was like all these noises and like rubber chicken sounds and like all this chaotic stuff happening, and I could not. Like, rubber chicken sounds like that's fine in small doses, but I am not the type of person that finds that noise continuously hilarious. And so I couldn't, I had to mute it. You're watching, you're playing Mario Kart. Nice, nice. I very rarely have played Mario Kart. I remember like in the mid-90s, my friend, her parents are both doctors, so they had hella money, and they got a Nintendo 64. So we would play sometimes at their house. I've never been good at console games, even back then. And they would play Mario Kart sometimes. But I guess the game that I was most familiar with of that type was a computer game, and it was like a shareware, freeware game that I guess was kind of like a knockoff Mario Kart, and I think it was called like a Scunny Kart, and it was all these different like animals and critters, anthropomorphic critters, driving all these different vehicles and racing. It was fun, but I don't know. I guess I just never really got into Mario stuff as much as a lot of other people did, because I didn't live here and we were not allowed to have console games because my mom thought they were bad for some reason. I don't know. I think in hindsight, she may have also use that as an excuse, like saying that video games, like console games, I still don't remember the logic. Maybe something about it being like harder to disengage from those or something. I don't remember her reasoning, but there was all these reasons why we couldn't have that. But in hindsight, I think maybe some of those were just excuses, and we didn't have it because we were really poor when I was growing up. And so I think maybe some of those excuses were because they just straight up could not afford such a thing. And like, hey, I can't blame them. But we were very much a PC gaming family, which I'm fine with. Like even super early 90s, late 80s computer games. I don't know if anybody knows about this. There's a game called Gold Rush. It was very like 8-bit pixelated, and it was a type command game. I think you used like arrows to walk, but other than that, you had to type everything. So one of my sisters, she liked to play the game, but she was really bad at it because she couldn't spell. I think she found out later in life that maybe she's dyslexic a bit. I don't know. But yeah, she sucked at that game because she couldn't spell. But anyway, so that game, it was pretty good. My mother actually wrote basically a walkthrough for that game, which, if you know my mother, which of course none of you do, but that little factoid is, I think it's incredibly entertaining. Considering that the basic profile of my mother is a extremely religious and conservative woman who, like, she was against a lot of different games and things that we would do. She had a lot of strict rules. And yet, at one point, she liked this particular computer game so much that she essentially wrote a walkthrough for it. Like, it was a piece of printer paper with like handwritten notes all over the front and back, and like folded in two, but front and back of each panel was covered in very tiny, neat handwriting. And it like told you everything you needed to type for all these different parts. Not like, it wasn't step by step, but it was like all the big puzzles that like people couldn't figure out. All right, let's do this. Oh no, I don't want to throw that away. I almost threw away this big wad of black thread, but I don't want to throw that away because we're going to use that for outlines. Continuing. I'm going to wind this up and then I will start the battle. This is the last battle, by the way. I should have said that ahead of time, but I didn't. This is the last battle. And, yeah. We will not be doing another one. Because that's kind of what that means. That's kind of nuts. Yeah, the fact that, like, it is unsuspecting or unlike what you would think to expect from this person, but she wrote that very, very detailed guide to this video game. There's always a game for everyone. This is true. That's very true. I guess that was the one for her. I forget who it was. Someone not so long ago suggested that that unpacking game to me. I'm trying to look in Discord. I don't know if it was mentioned in there. Ow. But yeah, I don't know. It was mentioned to me at some point. I don't know if it was in Discord or in chat, and we looked up the Steam page for it, and at the time I recall thinking it wasn't so interesting, like it didn't really appeal to me at all. But then a couple nights ago, forget what happened. I think there was a streamer, I was gonna go just check out their stream, and they happened to, like, just now, like, they had just raided this other channel. They had just raided this other channel. Hi, Basil. Can you move? They had just raided this other channel where the streamer was playing Unpacking. And it was way more interesting when they were playing it. And after watching this other person play Unpacking, I don't know, I felt more interested in the game because I had more context versus just watching like that one preview video on Steam. I didn't realize that part of the puzzle was like figuring out the life you're unpacking type of thing. I don't know. It seemed like something that could be interesting, but I also just don't know that that's a game that anyone wants to watch. So, hi Cat, what are you doing? Were you asleep? I think she was asleep on her chair, and then she was like, She wakes up and then she finds me. That's what she does. And she's purring. I don't know if you can hear the purring in the microphone. Basil, purr up here. There was a cat swallow sound that came through with the mic. Basil, can you purr more loudly, please? Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, she just showed up. All right, let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Who's around? Jody Hug Monster. Maybe that's what we will do. Let me see what this person's doing. Oh. Wait, I think they just left. I hope this is not another night where there's nobody on, because sometimes everybody's playing games and like those are not great. Oh what? Dun, 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 dun. That was a premature enter key. I see. It was supposed to be an I, not an O. What was the I for? Unpacking looks good. I should play it on stream. Maybe. I put it on my Steam wish list just in case, but I'm just reluctant to play games on stream again because I want to be better about like engaging with chat while also doing the thing. So sometimes it's harder. But maybe with a game like Unpacking, it would be easier because that game doesn't take as much paying attention to things. Unlike, say, The Long Dark, which is a survival game, and you kind of have to pay attention because there's wolves and bears that will kill you. Basil, enough with the fucking tail in my face. Jesus. I went back to the thought of what the world looks like through Basil's eyes. I wonder if it's a bliss for her. She doesn't even know the concept of having meaning to life, but that's not all. But wait, there's more. Let's wait and see what he says. Cat, stop. I hate when she gets her fucking tail in my face and I'm gonna throw her off the desk. Game Hidden Folks. I have not heard of that. What is that? Imagine a humanoid race that's much more intelligent than us. Like comparing us to cats. All the burden they have in their thoughts. Oh my gosh. I don't want to imagine that. What if I just don't? Basil, chill. Stop. Fucking stop. She's so rude, and that's the thing that makes me really annoyed about her. Thunderfox, hello. Welcome in. Can I have your cat? Obviously no, but everyone's welcome to enjoy her while she appears on stream until I get pissed off and yeet her from the desk. Stop doing that. You can flop, but not on the keyboard. She likes to flop for belly rubs, but she always flops right on the fucking keyboard. And it's the worst. It makes me so annoyed. It's like finding Waldo. Oh, I've never heard of that. If you, High Score, if you have a link to it, I'm happy to take a look. She is the most dog-like cat I've ever seen. Kind of. She has a lot of energy. Thunder Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate that. How are you doing? What are you up to? She doesn't fetch or anything, but yeah, she lives for pets. Ugh, you're so gross. And sometimes, like when she's shaking her head or whatever, she like flings saliva and it's fucking disgusting. Hidden Folks. Search for Hidden Folks and hand-drawn interactive miniature landscapes. Unfurled tent flaps, cut through bushes, slam doors, and poke some crocodiles. A strip of targets. Shows you what to look for. Click on the target for a hint. Huh. It looks really pretty. Gave Basil a treat? No. I don't have any treats around at the moment anyway. Cat, get a fucking grip. It's a shame that the purring doesn't show up on the microphone because she was very loud. Yeah, that Hidden Folks game looks pretty. So I guess it's like it's like those books when we were all kids where they're like find the I Spy books and like find the hidden things. Those are fun, but I don't know, I like those in book form. I don't know that I need to make that digital, if that makes sense. But this is really, it looks really nice. Like the drawings are very enjoyable. You can hear her a bit. Okay, I'll shut up. It's like not really, the microphone isn't really picking it up. I don't know why. I don't have any filters on. Oh, I have noise suppression. Let me turn off noise suppression. Now you get cat purrs. Here you go. One of my favorite pastimes, getting teased but not putting basil enough. So, such favorite. I can't get enough. What are your favorite hobbies? I'm not good at ranking things. All of them. I have too many hobbies. Move your fucking tail. You can flop. Thank you. This is what she does. She flops and she gets really lewd about the belly rubs because she like lifts up her leg and she's like, oh yeah, spread it, get in there. It's fucking gross. Yeah, she's further away from me, so the purrs are not as loud, but I turned off noise suppression, so they do come through, they're just quiet. What? Forget ASMR. This is ASMR. Should I change my tags and see if we pick up a little bit? No, I'm still petting you. Stop that. I'm petting you. You can't leave. That's why cats are domesticated, not for killing rats or whatever, just for purring. That's fair. That's fair. Now I'm the one making biscuits. At some point she'll have enough and she'll like barrel roll and get up. No, stay. What are you doing, weirdo? Weird tail. I would turn the microphone up so the purrs are louder, but I don't want to kill anyone's eardrums when I start talking. Fine, don't come over here. No, Craft just pets. I mean, that's up to her. I'm done with the craft for tonight. Anyway, I was looking for someone to raid. Do either your cats let you rest or hound them? It depends. And it depends. Not like hard, obviously, because we would smash them, but if Fiona is like really snuggled into her blankets and really in it, then like sometimes you can lightly for a little bit, but like you can't just relax on them because you'll hurt them. What are you doing? Put your head back up. Basil lives for pets, but she also just moves away from them. Try to pet her head, and then she puts her head down. Like, what do you want? Just lay down. Let me pet you. Must loaf. I always wonder if I overestimated the weight of my own head. Yeah, I always worry about that. Just about a boat full of people, but there isn't a single person on board. How is that possible? I don't know. Yokway, I don't know, but you're welcome to tell us. Surely the cat can take it, right? I don't know about that. Maybe it depends on the cat. That needs to be a quote. What needs to be a quote? You good? You good? You got an itch. With the tail. No, I hate it. Stop. I always wonder if I overestimate the weight of my own head. We can add that. That's what my 50-pound dog is for. She couldn't care less if I rest on her. Yes, that's what dogs are for, exactly. Dogs are for pillows. And like, maybe if you have a really large cat, like one of those Maine Coons that gets gigantic. That's totally for that. Maybe I should experiment with like streaming in the ASMR category. I've never really done that. I've used the ASMR tags. And I know I get some traffic from one of the ASMR tags. I forget which one, but I've never actually streamed in that category, but I guess I could. Probably the auditory ASMR, because there's so many people who are like, we come here to listen to your voice. She's not purring now, so I don't know what to tell you. You should, except isn't ASMR technically when you use the mic that differentiates left from right? It depends, I think. I mean, if chat wants to raise the funds to get me a microphone that really like makes my voice sound like extra primo, bring it on. But like, in the meantime, we've got the Rode Wireless Go microphone, and that's gonna have to work for it. That's gonna have to do well enough. I never feel like I don't think I'll ever have the need for like the ear microphone or anything, because I'm not gonna be licking it, but like, it doesn't need to be all that nonsense, but yeah. I think ASMR can be whatever audio or visual, sound, image, etc. causes like relaxation or like that very specific like tingle of the spine or whatever, that frisson. When will you sew a suit for Basil? Probably never. I have put clothes on her. Have I put pictures in Discord of the times? She has a sweater. She has like a winter Christmas sweater. I've put it on her before. As long as you're loud, hair doesn't go near the nice mic. That's true. If it was, I think a lot of those microphones are like desktop microphones, not lapel. So yes, my hair would not be near that. I've never even looked into things like that, so I don't know shit about those microphones, but suppose that could be a direction to go in, but I don't know. And what do you mean as long as I'm loud? Because I get told, at least by Dan, that he's like, can you talk quieter? Because when I'm streaming, I tend to talk, I don't know, maybe a bit louder than I normally would, but I also sometimes make an effort to speak more quietly. Like right now, I'm speaking at a quieter volume than I have the rest of the night, but that's also because I have the noise cancellation turned off because of the cat. You have a desktop mic. How's the quality the other night? Could you even tell or not? Oh, no, I couldn't tell, but I wasn't thinking about that either. So, I mean, the audio quality was fine. I think your mic, what? Oh, my hair is loud, not me. And not just the color being loud, right? No, your audio was fine. Like, out of everyone, I think your audio was the clearest to me. And I'm just getting covered in her hair. Cat, please purr. Please do purr. Get the chin scratches, I know. Fiona's over there on the shelf back here. So I feel a little bit bad, like she might be jelly. But Fiona doesn't let me pet her like this, so she bites me instead. So I don't get to do that. Excellent. Happy to help. Happy to help. So anyway, movie night tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central in Discord, not here. And then Sunday we'll be streaming again. We might crochet, we might do something else. I don't know yet. School starts for me on Monday. Study streams might return depending on how things go, like depending on how the classes shake out. I could share what my classes are, but no one has asked, so I haven't volunteered that. But yeah, Wednesday streams are out. Wednesday night streams are out. I will try to work out a different midweek stream option, or not option, but like a different midweek stream. I'm just not sure when, because I have that class Tuesday and Thursday. Oh, there you go. No, don't get the space bar. Tuesday and Thursday from like 6:30 to 8. So potentially I could do something on a Tuesday or Thursday evening, maybe Tuesday instead of Thursday. I just don't know yet. Study stream. I know, Fluky, those are your favorite. Things to do today, but I'll procrastinate a bit because I have to watch a video about the history of the Spitfire version from MK1 to MK24. Oh, like the car, and you have to watch it, like it's mandatory. Share classes. So I'm actually really happy about the schedule I ended up with, considering a week ago I was signed up for 0 classes. I am signed up for Advanced GIS, so more maps, yay. That's the one on Wednesday evenings. I am signed up for Intro to Asian American Studies because I got out of the foreign language requirement, but I have to substitute that with more US minority culture classes, I guess. So we're doing that one, and I'm taking Stream Ecosystem Management. That is on Tuesday and Thursday evenings from 6:30 to 8 with the professor who used to live in my rental house and now lives 3 doors down from me. It's just so weird. And oh, and then I've got the last one tonight, and it's a financial planning class, which I'm excited about. Maybe we could do stream stuff for the financial planning class, but I forget if the lectures are live for that or not. If the lectures are not live, we could stream that one. Teach people some financial planning knowledge. That wouldn't hurt anybody. Oh, the Spitfire is a World War II fighter plane. A British fighter plane. Nice. That's interesting, though. My dad was really into airplanes. I mean, I'm sure he still is, but like he'd watch a lot of documentaries and stuff about airplanes from World War II. So yeah, those are my classes. I'm pretty pleased about them, and I think I'm gonna declare a minor. And I didn't know if I was gonna do that, but I've been thinking about it more, and I think I want to do it. And I feel weird about it because I always felt like I wasn't supposed to or wasn't allowed to declare a minor. I don't know why I think that. But yeah, I think I might declare a minor. I'm going to think about it a bit more because my classes are already set. But I also need to decide because there's 2 or 3 options. What minor? I'm glad you asked. Since my major is natural resources and environmental science, and the concentration within that is ecosystem, it's ecosystem stewardship and restoration ecology. But I just really liked learning about GIS, which is geographic information systems, and like the map making and all of that. It's fascinating to me, and it's one of those things that like my brain, it's like relaxing to think through those type of puzzles in my brain. And so I just really, really liked it. And it's also extremely useful in the field I'm trying to go into. And it's also an extremely marketable skill set to have. So I think like I want to do more with it, which is why I'm taking that advanced class this semester, because it's not part of my major curriculum. So yeah, I was thinking there's there's a minor in, I'll pull up the webpage and I'll show you which minors I'm looking at. Here is that page. Let's fling that over here. Here's that. Let's bring up this window capture. So this one, Geography and Geographic Information Science minor. I really find American colleges to be very weird. Like, you choose your classes. You choose some of them. There are a lot that are set. Here, Cypher, for example. These are the course requirements for my major right here. So, like, of the things that are required, like, pick between these two. And these are like gen eds that are required. So within the gen eds, they're like, here's what you need, pick one or two from each list. And then, so natural resources and environmental sciences required core. So all of this is the required core curriculum for the major. So these are all mandatory. You don't get to pick those, they're required. And then outside of that, there's like, oh, there's different options for field experience, so you just pick one from that list. And then within each concentration, there's requirements. So these three are all required, and then it's like pick two, pick one from these different things. Minors are supposed to be something you're interested in. It's good if it also helps career-wise, but I always thought of it as your fun focus. Yeah, I kind of thought of it that way too. It's like something that can be complementary, but it also doesn't have to be. Like my partner, Dan, he majored in computer science and he double minored in philosophy and Spanish. Like, okay. You ended up turning your first minor into a second major. And then your second, oh my God, you're one of those. Then your second minor became a third major, and that was enough with that nonsense. Okay, so what are the three, what was the first, second, and third major? Holy shit, that looks complicated. I thought it did too, but it really isn't. It really isn't once you dig into it. So this is the minor I was looking at. It's Geography and Geographic Information Science minor. There's also an undergrad certificate, so it doesn't, it's like it's like 5 credits less than a minor. So I don't know, like you can put it on your resume and stuff, but it doesn't, it's just like, oh, a certificate in this thing, but it's not a minor. And I personally feel like the minor is like the thing that looks more impressive. So you can say like, oh, I graduated with a bachelor's of science in natural resources, environmental science with the concentration in ecosystem stewardship and restoration ecology with a minor in geographic information science. Like, I just think the minor, because it goes with the overall thing, I feel like the minor sounds more impressive. Does it make a difference? I have no idea. Chemistry was first, and then you started biology, and then you ended up also majoring in biology and philosophy. I see, I see. I like philosophy, and I always wanted to like it more, but I had like a crazy nightmare experience with this one philosophy class I tried to take which remind me, and it's like Sunday stream or a different stream, Fluky, make a note to remind me to tell you about the awful philosophy class, because it's a very wild ride. And I just never needed to make time for that again, so it just never happened. In Irish University, you don't pay for your degree, which is excellent. But you also don't really get to choose, and you don't have stuff like minors for a lot of courses. That is interesting. And of course, you're one of those. School was the one thing in life I was good at, so I just did a lot of it. That's what I'm doing now. In my first foray in school, I was not great at it. High school was unconventional and a mixed bag, and I was always like teachers would always say I was like too bright for my own good, and I'd like get in trouble because of that. And then in college, I started like dropping out and failing a bunch of classes because I didn't know that I was autistic or narcoleptic or any of these things. And then, so I ended up like dropping out partially because I didn't want to be an unemployed graphic designer, but also partially because like I was just floundering in all these classes. And so later, when I moved back here and I quit/got fired from my job for the reason that I had a reasonable accommodation, another wild ride story for a different time. So I went to school for a certificate in medical assisting, but it was interesting because for the first time in my life, I was like good at school and I was really enjoying it, and like everything made sense and it was great. And it was because I was like properly medicated for the first time in my life, and like my brain was awake and functioning as it should, and it was like a whole new universe opened up, and it was just like so fucking amazing. I can't even explain it. So yeah, and it took me a little bit to figure out like where I should actually be, because I did the medical assisting certificate over 2 years. Best friend Lucas, hi. Hi friend, I'm glad you're here. I did that over 2 years and I excelled at it. I was the top of the class, but I also was like, I don't want to do this. I'm not good at being the low person on the ladder. Yeah, and they don't make money. They don't make like no money. So then I was like, okay, I'll go for the PA, go to PA school, do the doctor thing without all the schooling and all that other shit. And I was like at the point of picking out a PA school and applying, and then I was like, hold up, people suck. I'm not good at office jobs and all that shit. I don't want to do that anymore. And then I switched my major and I immediately knew that I was at home with my people, and I never looked back. You have a BSc in geology. Oh, really? You started an earth science course and only specialize in geology into your 3rd year. That's so cool. So do you work in a field professionally where you use that degree in geology? And like I know, so in my university, a lot of the geology courses, like for this minor, for example, all of those are like geography, but the geography and geology and natural resources, like they all have a lot of overlap. And I've never fully understood what the difference is. Almost all your courses were just set. That is interesting. And maybe it depends on the major. I don't know. Let's look. So if you were going for chemistry, let's look at this. For example, if you were going for chemistry, how much of that is set versus not set? Because now I'm curious. Undergrad degree, so the degree of Bachelor of Science, computer science and chemistry, specialized curriculum. So major in chemistry, specialized curriculum. I don't know what the difference is. Oh, you were a senior web developer until I lost my shit and quit my job due to stress. I have done that. I have fucking done that. Now you're not really anything, medical leave for a while. Hey, I get it. The job that I quit / was fired from in 2016 was, it was at the point where, like, when they hired me, they were a bit understaffed. And then, like, over the 6 or 8 months I was there, I don't know, people fired or quit like several more. And it was insanely busy nonstop to the point that I would like have an anxiety attack every night at the thought of going to work the next day. And it made me very physically ill. I could not with that. And so like we had my partner and I had a big conversation about this, like ongoing. And he was like, no, you need to quit, and I give you permission to quit because this is not okay. So conveniently, the day that I went in to give my 2 weeks notice was also the same day that my boss brought me in to fire me for the exact reason that I had a reasonable accommodation. For you, it was general chemistry, organic chemistry, analytical chemistry. Wait, OChem, what is that? Because if OChem is organic chemistry, and then a bunch of electives. So yes, like this. Was it like this? Where like, for the, holy shit, for this chemistry bachelor, for the degree of Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, specialized curriculum, I'm not sure why that's different from the other one, except that that is so many hours. Unless 120 is normal, I forget. You meant physical chem. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is so much. All these accelerated organic, inorganic, instrumental, fundamental, organic, physical chemistry. Yeah, all this shit is basically what you did. Yuck. I like chemistry is cool and it like makes sense in my brain, but that was like the one chemistry class I took that was like Chem 100 and I got so lucky with the coolest instructor ever. Yeah, that's 120 total, right? Yeah, I think that is normal. Now that I thought it was a lot, but I was thinking about it, like I think that is actually normal. So then you have all that core stuff, which is mandatory. And then you have advanced chemistry. So of these pick one. And then, so you have all of this math and physics, which is required. Ew. Required mathematics. So, yeah, of the required mathematics, it's like pick from these two, take this one, all this stuff. That's, ugh. That is a hell of a course load. And that's one of those things where like I feel like you would be taking like 4 chemistry classes at once or something. I can't even imagine that. Because for me, if I'm taking a math or chemistry type class, I take one of those in a semester and then I pad the rest of my schedule with easy classes. Because the chemistry and the math, whichever one I was doing that semester, takes so much out of me mentally. Yeesh. Cannot imagine. That's so gross. It's not gross, it's just a lot. I wish I was capable of that. Yeah, I usually took about 20 hours a semester. That's insanity. Because I know at my university, 18 is the max, and if you do more than 18, like you have to get special overrides and everything. Christian! Hi, friend. Not gross, just a lot. The requirements for this chemistry degree that we're looking at. Except all this gen ed stuff, what does that have to do with chemistry? It's about building a good foundation. So 4-year degrees, bachelor's degrees in the US, they always have general education requirements, which is like basic, usually it's basic math. This school requires 3 consecutive semesters of a foreign language. There's always there's composition, and there's always advanced composition. You have to have like a humanities credit and a social behavior, like a psychology class. And then you have to take cultural studies to have like US minority culture class and things like that to hopefully make you a well-rounded individual. Why do they make you do that? Yeah, I think it's for the well-rounded individual thing, although most of the time it's just busy work and people all use Quizlet anyway. You have quantum physics too. I will do no such thing because I am not getting a degree in chemistry. We were just looking at the difference between that and, say, my degree, which is back here. This one. This is my degree. Mine has a lot more laxity, has a lot more, not availability, but it has much more flexibility for options. It's good for trivia night, a little bit. You didn't take quantum physics. I did take quantum chemistry though, and it was awesome. What the fuck even is quantum chemistry? I'm absolutely baffled. That's all right. You don't have to apologize. I think it's really interesting to see how different things are in different places. And I mean, it should not be surprising that the US makes people do a lot of absolutely unnecessary bullshit. And then they charge you a fuck ton of money for it. So yes, this calculus thing, actually calculus for business, that is the big thing holding me up right now. I need to take a calculus class, and I need a chemistry class. And those are holding me up from finishing my degree because you can't really do those online, and I have no interest in stepping foot on campus in a pandemic. Those well-rounded individual classes are way more bullshit now with the cost of education. Yeah, with the cost of education and the fact that students always use Quizlet to get the answers for the quizzes online, like, it's such a waste of time. Do US colleges not have subject requirements before you get into a course? Like requirements to get accepted into a study course, like to be accepted into a major? They do. They do have requirements for that. Give me my degree for the shortest amount of time and money, please. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You still have mechanics and physics. No, I don't. I do not have to take that. Wait, where are you seeing the physics thing? This says select one of the following: calculus, calc 1, or calc for business. And I'm supposed to do calc for business because that is apparently the easiest one. And that's also one that I would probably take, normally I would take that at the community college where some things are easier, but the thing is I get academic accommodations for a lot of reasons. And, ew, Basil, you need to be brushed. I get academic accommodations for various reasons, and at the university, they're like, yes, take them, do what you need to do, because they don't care, but they also like want you to succeed and get out of their hair or whatever. But I think it's mostly that they don't care and there are laws, etc. At the community college, I have to fight tooth and nail to get my accommodations, and they do not honor the same accommodations that the university does. So at the university, I'm allowed to have a piece of printer paper for a quiz or exam with whatever notes or memory aids I need that are of my choosing. I can have whatever I want, all the formulas, whatever I need. At the community college, I absolutely cannot have that. And when I fought to finally get that, when I took intermediate algebra, they made it so that the instructor had to approve my memory aid for each quiz or test. And that's really bullshit because the woman who teaches that class knows nothing about what my needs are to be able to like remember things and do well. So it was a crock of shit because like it was just useless. So I have to reconsider if I really want to try taking these math classes at the community college, because it actually might be harder when I can't, you know, have the accommodations that help me get through these things. Because I can't remember shit for formulas or anything. How are introductory microbiology and mechanical physics at the same level? Where are you seeing physics? Oh, this university physics mechanics and college physics mechanics and heat. So this is under natural sciences and technology. Select one of the following. So yeah, this is a section that's pick one. I'm not sure. Not certain why they do that. That's really weird. Because maybe... I have no idea completely. That's a very good question. Why is that on the same plane as, like, this class? No fucking clue. That's very weird. I took this one. I took MCB 100. And in hindsight, I should have taken this one, because this would have been much easier. But I did really enjoy microbiology. It's incredibly useful. I liked it a lot. To get into your 4-year degree course, you had to have done physics, chemistry, and math to honors level in secondary school, and you had to get a minimum grade of C in the exit exams. So when I transferred to the university, I transferred into their the College of Applied Health Sciences. And the major I transferred into was interdisciplinary health sciences, which is the common major for people who are pre-med or pre-PA. And I had to have a statistics class. I had to have a high GPA, which luckily I had a 4.0, and I still do, although the university knocks it back because reasons. But I had to have a high GPA and some other things. Are there any brewing of beer in the microbiology class? Not in this one, no. Not in this one, but in some of... There might be a beer brewing class somewhere in the university. There might be. I don't know. But I'm sure, if anything, it would be senior level or graduate level because of drinking ages in the US being 21. And actually, I take that back. There might not be a beer brewing class at the university because of liability reasons. So microbiology is entry level in biology and Newtonian mechanics is intro level in physics. Oh, I did not realize that. So it teaches you Newton's law, arc energy, rotational motion, fluids, thermodynamics, and waves. A non-calculus based approach for majors in the life sciences, pre-professional health, agriculture, and vet med. Okay, so that would be a very easy, general overview of physics. And yet it's still 5 credit hours, so no thank you. But I guess that could be useful for some agriculture and geology applications and stuff. I don't know if that's what you're referencing though. Yeah, I don't know. I bred anthrax in my microbiology class. That's cool. Anakin, what are you up to? Drinking beer is 21 years of age, but fighting in a war and acting in porn films, 18. That seems right, doesn't it? And driving a car, operating very large machinery that kills people daily, do that at 16. So fucking backwards. A technical high school where I grew up teach kids to distill spirits. That's wonderful. But also, what is the drinking age in Chile? It's probably 18 or so. Because most places it's 18, except in Canada is it 19? Something, Canada is like an in-between, and then Germany it's 16. Yeah, Germany is the youngest one as far as I know. But most places in Europe and such is 18. Yeah, the microbiology was interesting, but of course that was fall. I think it was like fall of 2020. So they focused very heavily on everything to do with coronavirus. Just like, cool, but there are other things in the world. Canada's 19, yeah, and Ireland's 18, okay. So yeah, I took the MCB 100 and then this one, where I had to select one of the following. I could have taken animal biology, but I chose the like harder one, and I took organismal and evolutionary biology with the lab. And that class was super interesting, but Ben really sucked. So, you know, sweaty Ben, he was not great. But in hindsight, right now, I almost wish that I took this one, because this is part of the minor that I'm looking to add. Distillation is pretty straightforward. You just need a heat source, a water source, and $150 piece of glassware. Interesting. Is it like some specific type of like borosilicate like lab glass? It's pretty straightforward, I would imagine, because yeah, those, I don't know, extreme sciences, the fancy science is not, it's not super needed at this level for this degree. But yes, this is the minor that I was looking to add. It has a lot of wide variety, which the certificate is more concentrated. You take this class and this class, you take these two, and then you pick two more from this list, and then you take like a few others that are probably also from this list. But I'm not sure which one I want to do, and since that financial planning class was offered, I snatched that up, and I will fully decide about the minor after I take this advanced GIS course, and I think that's a good plan of action for me. You're thinking about the corrected Newton's formulas that work close to light speed 2. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Fancy sciences where you have to wear the top hat in the lab. Those are the ones. It's a distillation apparatus, and holy shit, they are more expensive now. More like 800. Wow, I wonder if that's like a normal inflation thing, or if that's a COVID price increase, or both. Frito B, hi pal, what's going on? Yes, a monocle for lab safety. Didn't they already go through the basic Newton formulas in high school? Only if you took physics in high school, which I sure as fuck did not. I never even took chemistry in high school, because I had an unconventional high school experience. That's way more advanced. Yeah, high school stuff is pretty basic overviews of things. So I'm thinking I might just leave my channel in ASMR, and maybe we play with that for a few streams, see what happens. Oh, your high school was mandatory to have a class of physics. I see. Yep, the first three, four, yeah, so the first 3 years of my high school were done overseas and the international school, and I should not have the same requirements or standards as the US. And then I moved back to this country, which does not run on a year-round school system, which is such bullshit. And so I had to do an extra semester of high school, although I technically didn't repeat anything. And so I did a second semester of junior year, and then I did year 12 in the US. And I never had to take chemistry or algebra somehow. ASMR streams with extra swallowing sounds. Basil is sitting on my desk right now, and it's because earlier she showed up for belly rubs, and I turned off my noise suppression on the microphone so that we could have purring sounds, and I switched us to ASMR just to see what would happen. And I don't know that anything happened, but I've never streamed in the ASMR category. I've only used the tags, so I was like, we could experiment. You took it in high school as well, but you have to take a specific standardized test to get college credit for it, and you did not do that. Yes, my US high school had a lot of dual credit classes, so you could get college credit for taking these particular high school classes. And some of them were like AP math or science classes, and some of them were like dual college credit, like English composition, or most of them were like gen ed class. In college, they would give you dual credit for some of your gen eds, basically. Just imagine slowly nodding off to a purring ASMR stream and then splash and gulp. I can't please everyone. I'm sorry to ruin the ASMR. I'll put the noise suppression back on. I was getting ready to take a drink. Now I'm feeling self-conscious about it again. Have to try to sleep. Oh yes, Cypher, no worries, no worries. We were supposed to raid a while ago. We've just been chatting about school shit. Tidy one thing, we can do that as well. Everyone else, tidy one thing and tell us what you did, because it is a group activity. I'm going to put away these. I'm going to put away these embroidery threads. Hopefully I'll see everyone at Monty Python tomorrow. Yes, I hope to see everyone in Discord tomorrow at Monty Python. Nice talking with you all. Fluky, have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. Good night, Cypher, and good night, Fluky. Me strong as ever, me no tidy. I know, Kapula, you always refuse to participate. Yeah, I need to get a bit of sleep myself, which I will do soon. Christian, how are you? What have you been up to tonight? Were you working on your apartment somewhere? This one in a different box. All the plastic bobbins go in a different box. Incorrect. This is the first time I refused for real. Is it? I didn't realize that. Oh, this is the wrong box. It's not super important this time. Anakin, what are you tidying? $8.39 goes in here. Wait, that's $8.24. Oh, this floss is all out of order. Jeez. $8.40. That's $8.24. This is $8.39. Isn't there? This is $33. $8.38. Oh, I don't know. It's $33. Oh, this yellow is stuck. $33.25 is in this box, and $9.72 goes in here. $9.76, $9.75, $9.72. I put my phone on the charger. Does that count? Sure. Normally, no, but for right now, yes. Going well. You're working on it today and playing board games before getting here. Well, that sounds nice. Oh, I'm cold. What board games did you play? 917. This is 500 exactly. I like to organize my floss by number order. Oh, this is 606. I guess it does go in here. I thought I put it in a different box. Yeah, that goes in the other box. 310. Actually, I'm going to put that in the case. Upside down. So 844. 842, 844. Goes in there. 604 goes in here, and 606 goes behind it. And this one goes into the case. Excellent. So yeah, this is what we completed tonight on stream. We successfully did the first 2 squares of the stitch along. So we're all caught up and we're ready for the 3rd square this coming week. Ah, interesting. There's an outdoor IRL and lifestyle streamer from Pakistan. The person I was going to raided someone else, and they're in a IRL stream in Pakistan. That's neat. Huh. Maybe we'll just raid them. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do because we were supposed to end around midnight and I stayed a little longer on purpose, but it's definitely time to raid and go to sleep. I will hopefully see all of you tomorrow evening, 8 p.m. Central in Discord. And we will be streaming again on Sunday. And I'll try to figure out what evening will work for a weekday stream because Wednesday nights are out. I think it might be nice to make Tuesday evenings work, but it will just be really tricky, so we'll have to see. Good night, high score. We'll see you for Monty Python, I hope. Sneakers? Oh my gosh. Sneakers, are you just now showing up? Because we're raiding. So nice of you to pop in though. Hi Sneakers. I hope you didn't just show up because I feel bad. We're raiding a channel. I will be back Sunday evening, about 8 p.m. Central Time. Let's go raid this Pakistan IRL streamer because it looks really interesting. All right, I love you all. I will see you tomorrow in Discord for movie night, and I'll be back on Sunday. Bye.
street. New buses and new hair. Everything. Hey, welcome. Also, Blurps is not working today. I don't use it, but it's not working. He's back on. Also, yeah, sorry for scamming, and thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Yes, I have been out of the Pakistan. Also, there's like a furniture expo going on, like a furniture exposition. Are you guys interested in furniture? Or no? Should we go look at some best home and office furniture expo? At least that's what it's called. I don't know if they're gonna allow me to go inside because I'm on foot and not in a car. But I do know that there isn't that much of a data latency and stuff. Cement! Hello! I love you, Cement! So shout out to Replacement. Also, Replacement, can you give shout outs to Snowpeak and Jody? They rated me earlier for this stream. Okay, I'll get off now, guys. You just bang on the side. And then he stops. That's how it goes. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Uh, 30. 30 rupees. Not been to Europe, no. I've only been to Middle East. Yeah, and the breakfast that you saw me eating, it was a hundo. And the milkshake that you saw me drink was $170. It's weird that the milkshake was more expensive than the entire breakfast that I had. Too busy. Jody used to say that too.